Hey Ed, how you doing? Russell. Hey Jim, can you hear me all right? Still trying to figure this damn Zoom stuff out. Brenda, give me a yes, Brenda, if you can hear me all right. Hello, Tanya.
How are you?
Well, not too good.
Uh-oh.
I threw my back out and went out to try and mow the lawn,
Oh no.
and I had to lift a 5 gallon thing of gas into the lawnmower, and I threw my back out.
Is that why you were calling?
Yeah,
Gotcha. I was out cold.
because I was gonna have to thinking about maybe having to crawl into the house.
Football. Hey, Lindsay.
All right, I'll be downstairs shortly.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Lindsay. Joe's kind of ignoring you, but yes.
No, I said hello to him. You weren't listening.
Well, no, I was on another phone call.
How'd you throw your back up?
I went out and you know those great big 5 gallon red containers of gasoline? I went to pick it up and to put the gas in the mower, and it's like my back went boom.
Ew.
That
And so
sucks.
I can hardly move now, but now I've got to go over to the store where I can get to Metro Zone and where I can pay them uh, my phone bill because they're threatening to shut my phone off. So, Lindsay, how are you doing?
I'm doing okay.
Good.
My back hurts, but it's like it's ew. Trying to hold on. Gotta turn some more lights on so I can there. Now it's probably a little scary now that you can see me.
No, it takes a lot to scare Joe.
What about you?
I've seen it all, my dear. I've seen it all.
Okay.
But you look fine, just fine.
Well, thank you.
It is what it is, right?
Yep.
Well, what I'm going to do is when I get that money out, I'm gonna run over to the cell phone store and pay my bill so they don't shut my phone off because I got notification that they were going to shut my cell phone off.
Well, that's a good idea is to go and pay that sucker.
Well, the thing of it is they never notify me when I owe it.
You don't get a bill?
No,
Oh,
You probably get an email or you get some kind of bill, some kind of way, because you're
It's-
probably
it's-
paperless.
it's
Gotta
from
tell you.
it's from Metro PCS or whatever. Oh, here it comes.
Yeah, you probably get some kind of notification and messages or something, but you just don't pay attention to it. Because it's too many new things.
What's going on? What I
Well-
miss?
Okay.
Paul's gotta go pay his phone bill because
Yeah.
if he don't pay it, they're gonna cut him off, and he said he never told him when he had to pay it.
They usually send you a text message or an email
Yeah, that's
a
what I'm
week
saying.
beforehand.
I got a text message today saying my phone bill's coming up.
Yeah, I usually get it a week beforehand and they'll do it at 7 days, they'll do it at 5 days, and then they'll give me a final warning at like 3 days beforehand.
Yeah, like I said, I got mine today saying when it's coming up. Then I'll get one tomorrow saying when the cable's coming up. But I gave them text messages. I know that's what most of them are doing now.
Yeah, that's what mine does. It just gives me text.
Because you got the phone in your hand, they can let you know. But Paul gets a text message and he goes,
Well, he don't know how to get to them half the time.
yeah, I
either.
know.
That's
That's
the
what I
problem.
mean. You looked at it and goes, what's it then?
Yeah, I know.
I do it the old fashioned way. I have the bill come to me in the mail and then I pay the bill and send it out.
Yep. All mine are set automatic. So it's just. But it still lets me know.
Yeah, because what's great too is if you do forget to pay your bill, you can actually call from the cell phone itself and still pay it.
Right.
They'll actually let you get through the customer service on the phone. At least on mine it does. It allows me to call them if I forget to pay it.
Oh, you like sponge?
Like I said, don't remind me 3 days ahead, but sometimes I forget.
I just woke up
He's
and,
already been up here on the porch. Now he's down there. Now he's up on the porch.
oh, he's fast.
He's wild.
Kind of
What
dog
is?
he is.
Who the hell's he
My
talking
dad-
to?
Neighbor, son, neighbor or somebody. Tenant maybe.
Chris said the, oh.
I
Chris
tell you
said-
what, Paul sure got up pretty good and walked for a back that's thrown up. Forgot about that.
February.
He said he threw his back out. He got up and didn't look like any different to me.
Like that.
Watch when he comes back and say, your back looks like it's getting better.
Was he complaining his back was hurting?
He put gas in the lawnmower and he said, hurt his back.
Let's see here. Let's see who's in the chat. Brenda, Russell, Jim,
All them Boston
Mark.
cream.
Ed, how's it going? How's it going, Lindsay?
Going. I can't see you. I see what looks like a wall.
Yeah, that's what he's
Yeah,
got. He
it's
won't put his
just my
picture up
background.
there.
Huh?
He's saving us all.
I do sometimes. I don't know. I used to be on camera all the time. I don't know. I'm always doing something, so I don't like having my camera on.
Yeah.
I'm always working on something.
Johnny told me the other day, he said, as much as you get on Paul, he gonna throw you off his channel. I said, we're trying.
You could try.
I tried, it ain't working.
He wouldn't figure. He wouldn't be able to
Morning,
figure out how to throw you off.
I know.
Okay,
Like,
finally
what?
we get there.
What's up, Dominic?
Good evening.
Yeah, I haven't
Good
seen a
evening,
paper.
good morning.
The only paper bills I get for is from the frickin' hospitals or something, medical bills. That's it. Otherwise, I don't ever see paper bills anymore.
Yeah, if I get a
Mm.
paper bill, I just shred it, you know.
Morning,
Everything,
Dom.
everything comes in my
Morning,
email,
mate.
man.
Evening.
Hey, Joe, Lindsay, Justin.
Hi.
Hello.
Well, Paul's put the link in, but he hasn't pinned it.
I'm gonna be honest. 90% of the shit we get in the mailbox is junk mail. Current resident. You want to save
Hey, Jody.
$50 on your car insurance? Shit like that.
Hey, Jody, didn't see it pop in. Hey,
What's up,
Mark,
Jody?
at least it's in the
Okay.
chat. Don't confuse them now.
Yes.
Dude, this 45-watt chargers are so fucking quick charging my phone. I was on 10%. I plugged it in, came back 20 minutes later, and the bitch was on 60%.
Yep.
I was like, holy
Hey.
crap.
The ones I got in the back are 65s.
Yeah, mine are.
Well, mine's limited. My phone can only do 45, up to 45. So I just bought the 2 Anchor ones
Yeah.
for it.
No, I mean,
But
I use
like
those for the drones.
The thing about it, dude, that's 50% in 20 minutes. That's pretty quick.
Mhm.
My other phone would have took probably 30 minutes to do that.
Yeah.
35. And then you got to make sure you go in the settings and toggle it on, because you have supercharging and then super fast charging. And each one of them you can toggle on or off. Some phones don't automatically put it on it. Yeah, it took like 45 minutes to charge my phone up for 10%. There's a 5,000 milliamp battery too.
Can Jim see something that we can't?
What do you mean?
He said, "Hi, David."
Yeah, I don't see David anywhere. Jody
No.
said hi to David too. Unless they're mistaking you for David. Because Jody said David too.
Yeah, he did. Mm.
See, I don't set my stuff to auto pull out, Brenda, because sometimes I just don't have the extra money.
Give you a high and tight.
Like if it's something like Netflix and stuff, like not necessity bills, I don't put those on auto pay.
No, Eddie's in it.
Because
Oh.
if I want to save money, I'll cancel, temporarily put it on hold.
Hey, Justin, my son said he wanted to know if I was home. He wants me to line up the back of the hair on his neck, right?
Yeah.
I said, I'll give you a high and tight. He said, I'll shoot you. Well, he's mean.
Come in, tell him to turn around, slap him on the neck. Like you're done. Get out, $50.
Slap him and run, huh?
Just slap him, tell him he owes you $50 and get out.
No, he said he got it. He asked me that at 2:00. He should have called me. See, I can't stand when all of them text me, and then 3 hours later, I'll see it because I don't look at it. If I don't feel it, if I don't have it in my pocket, I don't feel it hit.
There he is.
What, the bird?
There's he.
Guys,
He was there.
Yeah, I was here. Just had to say hello to my friends in the chat.
Mm.
So,
Now, did Paul leave?
hey, Brenda.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank. Hey, Jim. Who else was there?
Yeah, he was talking to somebody, and then he walked off the camera, and then he was
Hi,
talking to
hi, everybody.
Yeah, he said he had to go pay the phone bill down the
Yeah.
street, but he never told anybody he left. And so did he fall outside without his phone? And we don't know it? Since
Well,
he got hurt back?
when somebody was talking to him, you could see where his chair was that he vacated. But I don't know. who-
There was a woman in his house because he was talking to a woman.
Might
Yeah, I
have been
think
his
it was
wife.
his tenant.
Yeah, his tenant from upstairs. He said he had to go and get some money out first so he could go and pay the bill.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't get shut off. Yeah.
From White. As I say, you could just call and pay it. No point in going and getting money and then going there. It's kind of a waste of time, but
He does the hard way.
That would involve him finding his bank card and reading numbers out.
That way, yeah, you're right. This way, he might go by a Tim Hortons and you get some donuts.
Yeah.
I don't ever go to the bank. Well, I don't really have a bank because I use PayPal, but Sarah's bank, we don't ever really go there unless we have to pay in cash. Like
I
it's
wanted to
something
ask him how many ships he got today, or boats today. Because I beat him, I got 18.
What are you talking about?
When he goes out and does the ships with the video.
Oh,
I want to know
Yeah,
how
I've
many he got
seen-
today. When he
What's up,
says 2 or
Randy?
3, I'm gonna say, well, I got 18 today.
I don't know who it is, but every now and again I see something where they send a drone up to hover around the ships, and the most recent ones I saw was of the Anderson and the sister ship. And the what?
That's
That
Paul.
wasn't Paul's?
I
Up,
don't know
Corey.
whose it was.
Paul does it every day.
I
4 or
don't
5
always
a day sometimes.
Does
I
about
don't
3 or
always I don't always see what he's got, because I see a lot of different drones that from different people that they set up so that that hovers around the ships.
Yeah, Paul does about 3-4 a day.
Sometimes,
Yeah.
like the other day, he did like 7 or 8 one day.
Yeah.
Wow.
usually on the St. Clair, well, always on the St. Clair River, going underneath the bridge into the lake.
And then
Yeah.
there's that time of year when they shut the locks down because Army Corps of Engineers got to do their yearly maintenance. He doesn't do a lot around that time. There's like a 3-4
Yeah, he
month
goes through
period.
withdrawals then.
January to March or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's not very many ships on the lake around that time. Yeah, Corey, I liked that game. I was playing it, but then I got stuck on this level. It was kind of hard. It kind of pissed
Hey,
off.
Lon.
at the end of the live stream, I was like, I'm not
Corey.
gonna keep going.
Randy.
Vaughn, what's up?
Ran-
Mad Props, Randy, Corey.
Sorry.
Corey snuck in too.
Yeah, everybody just keeps sneaking in.
Sneaky, sneaky.
I guarantee you Paul left. He didn't tell anybody, just got in the car and left.
Mhm.
That's his tenants driving him around.
What we gotta do is when we see him come back in, everybody hit your video. And just cut the screens off.
Yeah, I looked up that monitor, Corey. That's a nice ass monitor. You got a good deal in Canadian money too on it. That would have been like, what, 120 here? Something like that.
Well, it's still raining here.
Oh, good for you.
It's been raining here in my area for a few days too.
Drizzling down right now here.
All right.
That's
So
awful lot of you.
it started last night and it's been on and off all day.
Guess what? Meant to rain today. Didn't rain today. We are in desperate need of water. Pack it in, send it over. We are 3 weeks away from a horseback ban here in Essex.
You're disabled.
Oh, nice.
What's that got to do with price of fish?
Hosepipe bans do not apply to disabled people.
Yeah,
I
because
didn't
disabled people can't carry horse pipes.
I actually didn't test to see what kind of frame rate I was getting on that game.
But then again, you haven't even got a garden to use a hosepipe in, so it don't matter, does
I've
it?
got a balcony.
Uh,
Have you got plant pots?
Yes.
Okay.
I've also got dead roses out there because they've had no water.
no what? No what?
No
Well,
water.
You just use a cup.
That means opening the door, and if I open the door, it's going to fall off. I'm waiting for him to come out and fix it.
Somebody's back. I could hear it.
Sure, that's not Laura shouting in the other room.
Yeah, it might be.
Well, I decided to do a different slant on butter chicken today. I did a butter chicken sauce, but I used a fish pie mix to do in it. So I had a fish curry.
Oh, nice.
Pack
Butter fish instead of butter chicken.
it
Sounds
in.
great.
Mark, you're disgusting.
With pilau rice and Bombay potatoes.
Look, the Bombay potatoes, fine. Pita rice, great. Curry, okay. Fish, pack it in. No, disgusting. Criminal offence.
I'm back.
Oh, great.
We
They
didn't know
took
you
my
left.
money and they gave me a free umbrella.
Oh,
They
nice.
said every Thursday members get a free gift.
Not Thursday.
You did tell
I
us
know. I didn't tell him, but he looked on the computer and says, "Oh, you haven't been getting your gifts."
Wait,
It's a nice umbrella.
Yeah, it matches your eyes.
Every Thursday. You only pay the bill once a month. Why are they doing a gift every week? Just to make you go in.
Every
Yeah.
Thursdays, I don't know. At least that's what he said. I don't know. I don't get the whole thing. It's from
Hey, here,
Metro PCS by T-Mobile.
You'll hear later on the news, local elderly man steals umbrella from
Yeah, I'm thinking it's gonna be something like that.
from the bank.
Old man limps out to his car with an umbrella. Yeah.
Took a bag of money and an umbrella.
You should have said to him, I don't want an umbrella, I need a walking stick.
actually, why don't you say, fuck the free gifts, reduce my bill?
Yeah.
Because he's
Well, I
not
tell
here.
you, that was
That
the bank.
$10, that $10 for that umbrella, bam, off your bill.
Was it the bank or the phone store that gave you that?
Oh.
The phone store.
Yeah, I never heard of that. I
I've
know
never
banks
heard of
give you. I know banks give gifts out. I didn't know that. They
You
do
sure
that
you didn't
sometimes.
think it was a good deal for like $3.99?
Banks give gifts out, Jesus.
Usually for new customers, they do. You'll sometimes, like back in the day, they used to give like free toasters.
What I
Over
did-
here,
What I did find out is that by paying it in the store that's in a shopping center, they charged me an extra $5.
yes,
What?
pay by direct debit, you get it cheaper.
Yep.
So if you do it automatic, you should get a discount too.
Yep.
Yeah, and I was about to say, if you do automatic payment, usually you get a discount.
You get it $5 cheaper, but then you don't go in the store to get your free gift.
Yeah. And then if you didn't go in the store, you couldn't go to Tim Hortons. So
Uh-huh. Yeah, telling
I
you
tell you what though, Paul,
Lost
it must have,
dreams as you know.
must have been a miracle because you look like you're moving pretty good if I heard back.
Oh, you should have seen me get in my truck. I had a couple
You
people
look
stop
pretty,
and
you look
ask
pretty
me-
good leaving and pretty good coming back.
Couple of people stopped and asked if I needed help.
Well, that was normal anytime, right?
I love you too, Joe. Lindsay, have they been behaving themselves while I've been gone?
No.
Well, it's like we've been kind of gossiping about the umbrella. That how you had to
Yeah, we all knew he sent the umbrella before he came back. It was a setup.
We were trying to figure out. Well,
David is big on gossip, and between he and Joe, there's a
Yeah.
lot of gossip being flown around.
Hey,
we were trying to
come
figure
on,
out what we could do to
Bobby.
get kicked off your show. But then we realized you wouldn't know how to do it. So
Like, you can ask him now, Lindsay,
Ask him what now?
whether he's actually flown the Anderson.
Oh, I think he has with the
Yeah.
drone. I mean,
Yeah.
I've seen quite a few drone sightings of the Anderson as well as some of the others.
Right. Well, if you go to my YouTube channel, there's 4,400 ship videos on there.
Wow.
Hmm.
Well, they were talking about how you do a lot of them every day.
Yep. I try to get at least 3 or 4, maybe 5 a day.
Yeah.
Like when I left, there's the Herbert C. Jackson is almost up to the river.
Yeah, I saw that one today with Vibe with Mike. I think it was him that I saw it with. Of course, trying to get on live with him is a little difficult. It's like a lot of stuff I see of his. It's stuff that's already happened, and I'm able to say different things to him, and he answers me.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I joked about today with him was that the James R. Barker with that horn of hers.
Yep.
I was thinking, what if, imagine what that would be like if you had that for an alarm clock in dark 30 in the morning. Probably Velcro a few people to the ceiling. You've probably heard it in person yourself, haven't you, Paul?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, that was the one thing growing up. I grew up in this house, and up
Yeah.
at the second level, the windows are open at nighttime to get the cold air in,
Yeah.
and you can hear all those ships because they always toot off when they get to the bridge.
So, I mean, it's like it's hard for me because I've never been up to the Great Lakes to see any of those ships, but it's like I used to when I was driving bus. Our head mechanic, he grew up in Michigan and the Great Lakes, and he would see them.
Yeah.
And I said, are they really big? And he said they're massive.
Oh yeah, the 1,000 footers, 1,000 plus.
Yeah, I mean the PRT is one doozy of a ship. I'd like to see that one in person. Of course, I'd like to see the Anderson in person too. Well, all of them.
Oh, here comes the thunder and the lightning
Where are you located?
down in Florida.
You're in Florida? Wow.
Yeah.
My youngest daughter is down in Florida also. And me see if I can think of the name of it. Claremont, I think it's called.
Yeah, that's not too far from me. Yeah, Randy, and the food bills get even more extensive during the summertime.
In Florida?
No, I'm talking about when the kids are out for school. He's talking
Oh.
about paying for school lunches and stuff. When they're out of school, they're home all day long. They
Yeah.
eat up fucking everything when they're teenagers.
So your kids are all teenagers?
Yep.
Not the youngest one, isn't it?
No, she's only 11, but the other two are.
Well, she acts, yeah, but he's got two teenagers and an 11-year-old. And guess what? The 11-year-old thinks he's a teenager.
Oh, yeah. Copies are
Trying to keep up with the older siblings.
Yeah, that's right.
It's kind of like if you have well, I'm not trying to compare kids with dogs, but it's like you always notice that the puppy is always trying to keep up with the big dog because it wants to be a big dog. Oh, my kids are grown and got families of their own.
Really?
Yep. I have 8 grandkids.
Oh. I never could stick with a woman long enough to have kids, you know?
Well, my husband and I were married for 39 plus years when he died.
Good for you.
And it wasn't easy. Um, yesterday marked the 4th anniversary since he died.
4 years without, huh?
Yep. COVID got us both, but because of his underlying health issues, yeah, you get the idea.
Jim wanted to know if you flew today, Joe.
Yes, sir. No, flew the air to us. That's what I'm doing right now, getting a video together.
How do you say your last name, sir, Captain?
It's Trombator is my last name. But
Okay.
I have Joe America on that.
Yeah, his real name is Captain Joanne America.
Joanne? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
That's why he's got the earrings and that.
Hey, David.
Here it comes. Sorry, Joanne. Do you prefer Joanne or Joanna?
My youngest daughter's name is Joanne.
I bet she looks a lot better looking than Joe does.
I sure hope so.
I plead the 5th.
Yeah, Joel found some earrings in his drawer the other day, and then
Oh, here we go again.
he got them out, and then he made the mistake of saying, "I've not worn these for a while."
David hasn't let it go since.
No, too right one. They don't let it go about me and my charity event, so at least mine's for charity. He does it every weekend. You'll get me back eventually. Isn't that right, Joe? Ooh, silent treatment.
Joe's not answering you. He got mad at you.
No, I'm editing. I'm
You
doing
know,
like you do, Paul. I'm not paying attention. Hey, Paul, how many ships you got today?
20, Joe. Tell him 20. Because I know what he's coming back with.
A minute, I'll count them for you.
Yeah, 20.
1, 2, 3, 4 so far.
Okay, I got
So
18
what-
boats today and 3
So what
jet
do you
skis.
guys? So what are you guys comparing notes as to how many ships you're getting?
No, they don't get ships. They go out and shoot canoes and that kind of stuff, you know.
Canoes.
Yeah, you wish.
They're not
18 boats, 3 morning, 3,
they're not
4 morning
marine.
boats.
They're not marine people, you know. Oh, the Joe did do time in the army though.
Army. You
Navy.
hear
Oh.
that?
Well,
You
it's
hear
the
that?
Marine-
Army.
it was the Marine Corps, but it was the
No, no,
Navy's,
shut up. Shut up.
the Navy's version of the Army.
Well, I think the Marine Corps does have. I mean, the Navy does have something to do with the Marine Corps, as in they're kind of, sort of
Yeah, they
a part
are.
of each other.
They are kind of, sort of.
Yeah, the Marines are.
At least that's what my hubby used to say.
Now he pissed Joe off. Comparing the Marines to the Army.
Even I wouldn't sink that low.
Yes, you would. Who you kidding?
Go and get my helmet so we can go to war. I'll be back.
Joe, what are you doing? Cooking dinner?
No, get his Tommy gun out.
No, I'm
Jesus,
simmering
Paul,
because I don't
you
want to
know?
come back on right now.
Why? You can't be that. You can't be that touchy.
You got to remember now, he's got his feminine side. He can be.
What's the guy with it? He calls himself the Birdman. What's your name?
Birdman.
David,
David. Where are you from, David?
My mum's belly. England.
You're all from England? Okay.
Yeah.
Mark's from England.
Uh-huh.
The minion with the
Yeah.
what you call it suit on.
Stormtrooper.
Yeah.
Dominic.
And Joe likes Cajun food because he lives down in Louisiana. Joe,
Oh, here we go.
You remember how many kids Justin has in the ages, and you can't remember where I live on all your passwords.
well,
No,
yeah,
no.
but you're close to New Orleans.
That's why I can't believe some of the things you say. Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Louisiana.
And
I'm
then
in New
Dominic
England.
and Dominic's in Australia.
Yeah.
Australia.
But that's not his
Australia.
fault. His ancestors were criminals.
He's on the west side of Australia, right?
No,
No,
East.
he's on the east side.
I don't think so.
Yeah, he is.
I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm wrong. He's in the southeast of Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Southwest of Australia.
No.
No, I know exactly where Dominic and Matt live. They're both on the east coast.
Matt's more,
Dominic,
Yep,
do you
More
live
north.
on the east coast of Australia or the west coast?
the east, southeast,
That's
Southeast.
exactly what Mark said. I told you.
southeast.
For some reason, I had, Australia's like this, and I had you pictured like over here by the Indian Ocean.
Yeah, but that's only because last week Australia was in Europe.
Now the Indian Ocean is where Western Australia is.
Yeah.
it would
It's on
be.
the other side. I'm on the east coast, but we align with the west coast of the US.
Okay.
Yeah, he's thinking
So-
you're on the Perth side.
Same lateral.
No, I'm on the other side. Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Yep.
Sorry about that, Lindsay. See, I don't
That's
know
fine.
shit, you know.
We know.
Well, neither do I. I'm
All right.
I
Have
think
fun,
I'm
Randy.
in closer. I think I'm in closer proximity to you, Paul. I'm in New England.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're East Coast.
You're an East Coaster.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think. Are you? It's like
Melbourne.
whereabouts are you, Paul?
And Port Huron. I'm right across the bridge from Canada.
Yeah, he's in Michigan.
So you're
North of Detroit, about 50 miles.
So you're about an hour time wise behind me.
No, you're in the Eastern time zone, right?
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes of 6 right now for me.
Yeah, Paul's on Eastern too.
Oh, okay, because I thought he was an hour behind us.
20 minutes
No,
to
that
6.
that would be Joe. He's an hour to the west.
Mm.
Yeah, Joe's an hour behind us.
Yeah, Joe's 20 to 5.
Yep.
Joe's an hour behind literal time, but years behind physical time.
Boy, Joe is
time to
getting
upgrade,
harassed
Randy.
today.
Mm.
Joe's catching a lot of flack today.
Give him the finger of fate, Joe.
Let me get my knife.
The fickle finger of fate.
I'm gonna put my knife in my
Keep it
pocket
correct.
just in case.
Be careful now. Might get the stream shut down doing that.
Come on over, Joe. Come on over. I'm protected by this force field called the Atlantic.
You're protected by Laura. Lord help me.
Yeah. Come on over,
You know
Joe.
I'm not coming.
David,
No way I'm going over there with Laura.
David, you're not that close to the ocean, are you?
No.
David, try and remember that Joe's son is going to be on a boat sailing around the
Yeah,
UK.
don't worry about that. I've already spoken to Joe's son. I've got high fives and all sorts. That's why I'm being brave.
I know where a bunch of Marines are going to be pretty soon, so you better watch it.
We're not scared of no Marine.
Yeah, old Harrier attack group. I know where they're going to be. He should be getting home this week. Like, see,
What you gonna get, Randy?
he should be home now. It's 17 days. Yeah, he might have got home yesterday.
Oh, rain's coming down now.
What's rain?
And he and I are going to have a long talk.
The Herbert C. Jackson is going to be coming right around that bend here in a minute.
What
Yeah,
is that tall? What is that big building I'm seeing? Oh, I think
That's
see
the
it.
city hall. Of course, our city, just like everybody's city, they build
I
on
think
the $1 million location. They don't just put it in land. No.
I see the ship you're talking about in your window.
Yep.
Yep, there it comes around the corner.
Nick, get back. Question mark.
There you go.
And how you doing? Question mark. His phone's picking up right there in North Carolina, so he's got to be home, and he didn't tell anybody. They said 17 days, and 17 days would have been today. Maybe he just got back. Hurry up, Paul. Go shoot. You got time?
Go. You want me
Go
to go?
for it.
You want me to go
Do
do
it.
that?
Do it. Do it.
It'd be good for your back.
What are the dimensions of that ship?
Big.
Big.
Yeah, they're
Oh man, my back.
Big by huge.
Well, since you guys insist,
Yep.
Where are you going?
He's gonna go fly the ship.
I only live about a mile away from where that ship's gonna be.
He goes and flies them so a lot of times when he's on the
Half
fly
a
the
mile.
ship.
3,000, about 2,000 feet, a little more than half a mile.
And if you go to Stream Time Live on YouTube, you can actually see him down there by the
What is the matter with
water's
you?
edge. You'll see him down
What
there.
is your
flying.
problem?
You're my problem.
It's
I'm not eating yet. I'm
dark
about
and
to eat.
rainy
I'm getting
here,
hungry.
Dusty.
You want me to go make a fool?
Up here, aren't you below me, Dusty?
You want me to go make a fool?
What do you mean no rain up
I'm
here?
gonna go make that sketty and shrimp. Huh?
Oh yeah, it's thundering and lightning and everything outside right now.
Oh, okay.
I'll be back.
Thanks for the warning.
What? Hang on. I wish I moved that good with a bad back.
Be careful, Lindsay. It's contagious once you start getting involved in all this tit for tat.
I used to
Good.
drive a school bus. I know about tit for tat.
Yeah, you had to deal with the likes of Justin.
I don't drive a school bus.
No, but you're the bus monitor, so you would have had to deal with the likes of you.
Let me put it to you this way: if I had had a bus monitor on the bus I was driving, I quit on April 1st because there was this one young man. I don't know. I mean, it's like, don't even get me started. But it's like, if I had a bus monitor on with this kid, the bus company probably would have believed me, with the problems I was dealing with. And when it just seemed like they weren't believing me, and yeah, you get the whole idea. I just did a Johnny Paycheck sort of thing. I quit.
Nothing wrong with it. I quit and all.
Specifically, I tossed the keys at the assistant manager and I said, get some other damn fool to drive this thing, because I quit. And I walked out.
Are you guys a private company?
No, it's a big company.
No, I said, I was asking if it was a private company. Because like all our buses are all ran by the county. We don't use private. They're all county drivers.
It was for a student. And they're all over the place, I think.
Yeah, I've heard of them. Yeah, all our drivers and everybody that works for the bus yards, all county employees. So, which it's not bad. You get free health care. You don't have to pay for any health care.
On the contrary, I had to pay for healthcare like $100 and something a week. It was it took quite a chunk out of my paycheck.
No, we get free insurance, and then they have 4 clinics you can also go to that are ran by the county that you can go to. It doesn't
No,
cost you anything.
yeah, I didn't have that.
Like I said, we're county though, versus you guys are a private company, so completely different.
I don't know. I mean, a big company like that, it's private.
Oh,
Employed by the county, where you'd be employed by a company that's contracted for a county or city.
Yeah.
You guys would be more like contract. We do have contract drivers sometimes that come in and fill in if we're like overwhelmed and we don't have enough drivers. They do have a company that comes in with contract drivers and fills in.
We've done that when we were desperately low. In fact, there was like 2 or 3 years when we did that. It was around the time of COVID. It's like when COVID came out and 2019, 2020, they shut the school year down in March of that year, and we didn't open up again until September 14th. That was like 6 months.
Oh, my kids were out for an entire year in Florida.
Wow.
Um, but I know all the employees got paid for that year because the government was paying all that paycheck protection crap, and so everybody still got paid.
See, you say,
We-
but
we-
you accepted it, wouldn't you?
Say again?
He calls it all that crap, but he would have accepted it.
Yeah, go
No,
get
I'm
it.
not saying that. I'm just saying there was a lot of fraud
Go.
around that, though. There was
Crazy girl.
people that were making up fake companies and applying for it and getting a lot of money. But then they started prosecuting the shit out of people about 2 years ago.
Hey, what? It sounds a bit like our government, weren't it?
Well, I mean, it's like I remember there was a bunch of us that was going out, like when they shut the school year down, there was a bunch of us that finished out the school year where we were delivering food articles, food stuffs, and we were also getting people's homework and bringing it to them. And when they were done with it, they would make it so that we could pick it up and bring it back to the school for them to get graded on it. And then towards the end of the school year, where they were cleaning out the kids' lockers, they would throw their stuff in bags and we would have to deliver it. There were several of us that was doing it until the school year ended. And then at that time, President Trump, in his first term in office, made it so that the unemployment had to pay us extra so that
Oh, I know people are getting crazy amounts of money from unemployment.
yeah, we were getting a crazy amount of money from unemployment too. When it was, it's like at that time, we were able to buy a few things that we needed. But
And
then, huh?
I was gonna say my wife was out of work for like 3 different times, and each time was like 2 or 3 weeks where they were shut down, and she got like fucking 3 or 4 grand for not even a whole month's worth of pay. Like it was a crazy
Wow.
amount of money.
Yeah, that's one way to pay some bills off. Of course, after my husband died, I tried to stick it out in the house after he died, and then it got to a point where I just couldn't take care of it anymore because it's was hurting my back and whatnot to try to do the things that I needed to do. Plus, dealing with sciatica. And so I ended up selling my house, and I live in in senior housing right now. It's in a building where there's 20 different apartments in it. Not to be confused with a nursing home that's diagonally across from us.
Yeah, also they were using the buses for during COVID were mobile hotspots for communities. They'd pull the buses into the different communities and they'd go around and let everybody know, and then you could connect to the bus as a Wi-Fi hotspot if you needed
Oh.
internet.
I don't know that we could do that ourselves, but I remember seeing in the news where during that year of 2020 with people graduating, they didn't get to do the commencement stuff like everybody else gets to do. So there was a group of cars that had teachers in it and a school bus and with with teachers in it also, where they went from place to place in this particular school where they were delivering the diploma for them. And of course, they'd be coming down the road honking their horns so that the whole neighborhood knew they were coming.
They did their graduation that year out on the football field so they wouldn't be indoors. And I think it was the day before, all the seniors got in their own cars and had a parade right around the school.
I remember my daughter, she lives in New York, where that year, whatever year it was for graduation, I think it was for 2020, they had to do the graduation in 2 stages, so it made for a very long night. So that they could be a distance apart from each other. They couldn't do it all at once.
There goes his drone.
Huh?
I'm watching it online. It just went, he was above the bridge this time.
You see the TV screen behind Paul's chair? That's a live stream on Streamtime Live of
The
the
only-
river.
The
Where
only
he's
time
live from.
I can see the TV on behind Paul is if somebody is talking in that
Oh.
area.
Yeah, on your Zoom, you need to turn it either to gallery mode. You can have it on gallery mode or speaker mode. Let me just see.
Yeah, if you put it on gallery, you will see everybody.
Yeah, so if you I think you have to right click a name. No.
Yeah, I'm not that computer savvy.
Oh. Yeah, so if you hover over Zoom at the top right, you have YouTube, a little timer, and then it says view with like 9 little box dots. Click that and then change it to gallery underneath.
All I see, let me see. I'm not seeing. All I'm seeing is live.
Don't know. Hold on.
Let's see.
Well, I don't see it going back the other side. Why is it going to commercial for? Stupid machine.
Oops.
Yeah, he should have been on the other side already. Because he was right almost halfway down the ship in front of him. But I don't see it going down the other side. Unless he's lower like he did that one day. About 6 feet off the water. And when he goes around the front, they got that long pole hump coming out. You better be paying attention.
Hold on. What the heck? Yeah, I tried to do something. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, wait a minute. Oh,
The view thing's at the top, not the bottom.
wait a minute. Okay, I don't know how I did that, but I managed to see it.
Nah.
Now I can see a bunch of you at the same time. And
Oh,
I
great.
see,
Scary,
And
isn't it?
yeah, a little bit.
Especially when you
I'll
see
be-
yourself looking back.
Well, I see the ship.
There you go.
I can't, I only see
Seagull.
about half of it.
Yeah, it's about ended. He should be on the way back now.
Yeah. I was going to say, no, that's a seagull.
Which one? Which ship is that?
That was,
Herbert C. Jackson.
C. Jackson.
Oh, I thought that would be gone a long time ago.
No, the camera can see it for quite a long time.
Yeah. They zoom in. They are 6 times zoom at the moment. I've got the stream time live up and I can see the telemetry on it.
I'll be back in 5. I just
7.
have to go and have an argument with my printer again.
Yeah, no worries. 7.5.
It's becoming a regular thing, this.
It's now at 8 times zoom. So that'll be a far way out now.
All right, I'm back.
Okay. Good to hear.
Hey, you see that buoy out there?
Yeah.
that buoy is 1 mile from where Paul flies. So he wasn't even out to that buoy that day. He said he was 5 miles.
We're still
miles?
going on
What?
about that.
Hold on, when did
Yeah,
Paul
he-
say he was
he-
5 miles out?
A couple
Yeah.
of weeks ago, he said he forgot to press record. So by the time he finished, he was 5 miles out.
There's no way.
That's what I told him. He jumped all over me. And he told me, he showed us the video, and it was right by the lighthouse. So I got the Google Maps out and measured it. And it was 47. I thought it was not even a mile, Paul. It was like 4,500 feet. And Paul got mad at me. I was a co-host, and I wasn't a co-host anymore. I said, Paul, I'm calling you out. I said, there's no way you would have went 5 miles with that battery where you fly. And I came in, or somebody came in the chat and said, you'll go 7 miles. It's not with Paul.
Yeah, he doesn't fly in sports mode anyway, I don't think.
Yeah. Paul would have it in cine mode and get it out about 3 miles, and then it could say return to home and just land. I was freaking out today with the Air 2S. I had that thing up and it was out in the middle of the river, and it says returning to home in 8 seconds. Like that. And I looked at it and I said, shoot, I can see it. I just and brought it back, you know. I was at like 15%, 18%. I was close enough that it wasn't at 4. I wouldn't worry about it.
Lindsay, do you mind people swearing?
Well, let me put it to you this way. I have been known to say a few choice words myself.
Okay, then I apologize, but fuck Bamboo.
Bamboo.
I told you that's not why I'm not buying a bamboo printer, because I listen to you.
No, that's not the problem. What he had done, you know how it does the first spool out?
Yeah.
Yeah, the purge, as they call it. It purged it,
Purge.
but then melted to the other stuff, and then sprung the whole fucking lot back out and started swinging it around the bloody printer bed.
Wow.
And then when I went in, it decided, right, I'll get rid of it now, and just flung it across the kitchen. Stupid thing.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about, but that's okay.
3D printer.
Yeah, 3D printing.
The link was at the top.
Yeah, one of these things.
Yeah, the link is one of the. I think it was the second chat.
What
Yeah,
is
second
that?
comment.
Yeah,
Ew.
he didn't put a. No, you can't go back that far. I just tried.
I did.
Ah, shoot.
Oh, you got it? Because it wouldn't let me go back that far.
You want me to?
If you want the link, there's the link.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Just the
I was just about to do it.
Paul just didn't
Pin
Yeah.
it.
pin it earlier. Yeah.
Pin it.
Paul was being Paul. Leave it, please
Mr.
leave it there.
Hello.
What's up, Johnny?
Johnny's on? Oh, Lord, I got to go.
What's up, Dusty?
Oh, there we are. Lost
Echo.
it for a second.
Oh,
Johnny.
echo.
There we go.
Where's Johnny?
When Bamboo's good, Bamboo is really good. But when it has them dodgy little moments, it's just. Ugh.
You eat bamboo?
No,
The 3D
bamboo.
printer.
That's
Yeah,
a
my
printer,
giant panda.
3D printer.
Bamboo is a maker of my 3D printer.
Oh,
Yeah, Birdman. Birdman
Ah.
David had sent it's got the link in the chat. It's about 2 or 3 up.
Stop.
Johnny.
Wait.
How does it go? Here's Johnny.
You
Paul
see
may
it.
not be coming back right away. The Viking Octanus is on his way up. One of those
Uh,
Viking ships.
David posted it, Johnny. In the
Yeah,
chat right there, right above
about
some
3 or so up.
Put your chat on live chat. It might not be showing all the comments. I had 2 rolls of bamboo green loaded, and one was almost out.
Oh,
It was an 8-hour print. When I woke up,
Wow.
some bitch switched to black. I couldn't believe it.
Here's Johnny.
yes. Bamboo filament really, really
Yeah.
is crap.
Johnny.
Here's Johnny.
It's strange that bamboo printers actually work better with G-Tech filament.
Well, Randy's problem was it just switched to the wrong role. It went to, he must,
There he
either
is.
he must have
Making
set it
audio.
wrong by accident or something, or the printer did it on its own.
And where am I?
It just switched
Good
to the,
evening.
Johnny.
and he's got the chat going again. He must, or the live stream.
You got to mute the YouTube.
Yeah.
Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold
And
up.
where am I? He's a rookie.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, he has the live stream playing in the
Yeah,
background.
unfortunately, Lindsay, he's a bit of an amateur. He's not like you, a professional. You know. That
Yeah,
comes-
I
You're
ain't
right.
got time for it.
I'm an amateur myself at this.
Johnny doesn't live stream very often.
Never,
Yes.
never.
He's always talked about starting up a show.
I'm thinking about starting the show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where are
Hunting-
you? Where are you from?
I am from Louis. I'm about 10 miles from Captain Joe, so don't tell anybody.
Yeah.
You just told us all.
Oh. I'm not far.
17.3, Johnny.
I'm not far away. Look, Joe, I made Lena's.
Yep.
Got lost.
Joe, you're wrong.
Paul's
No,
back.
wait.
Back.
Wait.
I
Hey,
just
Joe.
saw him.
Joe, this box turned out nice.
Oh,
Yeah,
look
it
at
does
that.
look nice.
Now that does look
That
good.
does look nice.
It lights
More
up.
print-
The
more
green
print-
actually looks the best.
What's that a logo of?
It's a lion.
Southeastern Lions.
Southeastern Lion.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not.
Oh,
Iron up.
Yeah, what print are you using, Johnny?
The bamboo.
Which one?
A1.
One that works.
Yeah.
I've got the P1S.
Oh,
No,
that's
the
people.
P1P,
That's-
is it?
What's wrong with it?
Nothing. Like I said, every now and again, it just has a dippy moment.
Just as a
Yeah,
moment.
hey, Joe said you just don't know how to use it. That's all.
Yeah, I did say that.
Is that you know why?
Joe
Because hey, that's an
Joe doesn't
American.
know Joanne does not know shit. So I'll just
That's a
Joanne.
that's an American printer. That's why.
Yeah.
Nah, I'll tell you what. I've had great results. I've really never had a print fail anything with the bamboo. I mean, so far. Hey, fingers
I
crossed.
did.
Did
See, I
you-
started out with the A1. That's my
Yeah.
first printer I bought. I purchased, but they only sent half the parts, and it was supposed to come with the AMS. So I had to send it back, and then they had that meltdown, you know, with the heat beds,
Yeah.
thing. So they said
so
to
it-
me,
So
they
that
said
model,
they were gonna.
is that
free
the bigger
upgrade.
one? I mean, is that the one up from the A1 or is that?
It was the A1 and the A1 minis that had the heat bed issue.
I got you. Yeah. The mini
Yeah.
is just too small if you try to print
Yeah.
something.
But the
Yeah, you
yeah,
couldn't
these-
print this on a mini.
after
I'm
a
gonna,
mega
I'm gonna-
kickoff with them, they gave me a free upgrade to the P1P.
Oh, okay.
But
I'm gonna sign off, guys. My battery is
Alright.
starting to run low. So
Okay,
I'll
okay,
join you
then.
guys some other
Later.
time.
yeah,
Oh,
Thank you.
Our batteries all run low, up here. I'm just
yeah. So all the filaments they'd given me, the bamboo ones that they gave me at the time, because you
Oh,
remember they
did
had
you?
that mystery
Oh.
mystery filament offer they had.
Hey, Lindsay, thanks for stopping in.
Okay, you have a good
Yeah.
one.
You remember you can use that computer a lot longer or your phone if you have it plugged in.
Well, yeah, I know, but
oh,
I've got to replace the wire because it doesn't
And-
Oh.
it doesn't charge up
Lindsay.
very well when
Okay.
I've
Yeah.
got it plugged in.
Yeah, don't worry, Lindsay. Once you've been round here enough, you'll understand we don't take advice, technical or any other
Yeah.
advice from Paul.
Okay. All right, we'll see you guys
Don't
later.
listen to them, Lindsay. They're all a bunch of dorks.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, I'm surprised you came back. The Viking is right down the road at St. Clair. Octanus or whatever.
Joe's just trying to keep Paul out the house.
Yeah, Viking's right down the street.
Viking.
St. Clair.
The ship.
Yeah, it's one
Are
of
you
the
struggling to get
small-
out, Lindsay?
One of those small cruise
I'm
ships.
gonna have to go back, aren't I?
The river cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, you look like you're doing pretty good with your back, though. That'd be good.
Well, the more I move, the better it feels, you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
But
great.
that's the way it
I
usually
took
works.
a double dose of my prescription pain medication and a handful of the
Paul,
Advil Aleve.
Oh,
yeah,
good.
can you give Lindsay a helping hand? She needs to leave. I think she's looking for the exit button.
I
You
think
know
she's
how to
frozen.
you know how to leave, don't you, Lindsay?
No, she's frozen.
Frozen.
No, she's not.
She was moving a minute ago.
No, she's definitely frozen.
Yeah, she's frozen.
Yeah.
I don't even see her. Oh yeah, I see it. It is frozen. Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody wants any bamboo filament, especially green, because mystery colours always
Nope.
seem to be green. I got fucking
Oh.
shitloads of it.
Joe, nobody your age can stay still that long.
Send it. Yeah, Joe. You're gonna stay like that forever if you do that. Yeah, Dave. Hey, go ahead and send it all here, David. We'll use it.
Nah,
That was kind of hard. I'm
seriously,
holding my
it's
breath.
seriously crap. I use G-Tech's the better one, but I get good results with Sunlu and Eason.
I use Overture.
JL's not the new one. JL's not too bad.
Overture
brand.
works really good. The Overture brand.
Yeah.
I got some eSun in there right now. Actually, some of this was all eSun basically, except
Yeah, Eason seems to be one of the good ones.
Hey Joe, you see that battery box is built in here.
Yeah, I
Hey,
see
Paul.
that.
Paul, Randy wants to know what the farthest you've ever flown.
Okay, I got to come watch him do
Distance
some of these
wise?
things.
This
Well,
is
the problem is for flying long distance, unless you got a bigger drone like my Inspires, could only fly for 15 minutes. So you could go 7 miles, seven minutes in one direction and 7 minutes to get back.
No, he wants to know, like, what's the furthest you've ever flown?
Distance.
Like, did you fly 5 miles out to a buoy or something?
Oh yeah, I've flown 10 miles out.
10 miles out. How do you get back?
With the Air 2S?
Yeah,
No,
Okay.
I
Yeah.
don't think.
No.
because where I flew is down the river about 3 or 4 miles, and then inland about 3 or 4 or 5 miles.
There we go.
There we go. Give me a landmark so I'll go look it up.
With an 18-minute battery, that's kind of.
No,
With the
my
Air 2S.
Air 2S, I can fly that for what, 25 minutes?
I don't know about that.
No, you get about 18 minutes.
18 to 20, maybe.
And then all the wind you got up there all the time. Maybe 16 minutes.
I would have went further if somebody kept telling me I wouldn't go no further. I wouldn't go no further if I was you.
Who was that? I think Ken was with you. Lacey here, Ken.
No, it wasn't Ken.
It
Might
was
have been
you.
Might have been Joe Fodolio.
No, it was Joe, the All-American Joe.
I got to like
Go on.
10,000, then I got to 12,000, then I got to 15.
Where'd you stop at? I don't remember.
It was about 18, almost 19.
I know it was almost 19, I think.
Yeah.
Well, it might have been 19.
But I mean, and I came
Bye,
back.
brother Ken.
Ken. What's up, Ken? Corey said Paul's got the new nuclear battery. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta have something.
Yeah.
He got a squirrel up there changing batteries out for him.
I think Dustin Dunhill doesn't get more than about 3 miles, maybe 4 miles on his range tests.
Hey, my
Yeah, but
V-copter's been out. I don't know if you look up Dustin, because that's the V-cop that I had that went over Hawaii. So
Oh, he was
He got that one back.
the one
Huh?
that he had that was really long was that wing, the parrot
Oh,
wing.
The Comet.
Wasn't it? Didn't he do a wing from Parrot too though? And he put
Yeah.
that cell dongle or whatever, LTE
remember
dongle
that.
on it. Yeah, he flew like
Yeah.
20 something miles, dude. He went all the way to one island and back
Went to another
Wow.
island. Yeah.
because he was flying one of the big wings, so he could kind of
He's still-
turn it off and coast it for a while and then turn it back on.
And
Yeah,
so
he-
it's called the Comet.
hey, Joe, we could try that. I would over the lake, turn it off for a while, let it coast, and then
Yeah, see if we can get the See if we get the metric.
Oh, yeah, right.
Well, if he prints some of those big F-14 wings for his Mavic 3, he might be able to coast it a little while without the props on.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm bringing these to the casino.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that too. Think they throw us out?
See Johnny getting dragged out. All right, smart ass, let's go.
Joe told me they were good. He said they were
Yeah.
worth.
Tell me no, me here.
He told me they were worth $1,000 a piece.
No,
So
they
next
gotta
time you go to his house, cash him in.
this is $25 chip. No, $5 red chip. You need a black. You need black chips for 100.
Mm.
So you know how on the RC Pro, how air data will still sync?
Mhm.
It's not syncing anymore since the last update.
I'll tell you
Okay.
what, I deleted that crap off my phone. I ain't paying for it no more, and that shit don't work since they done all that. I ain't jumping through to send all that crap.
Now I got to go into all the settings and pull the file up.
Or you could just say, I just flew there.
Yeah,
I ain't doing all that. It's too much work.
it's another step.
I got enough steps.
Mm.
It's aggravating. I'm gonna email them and say, look, we got a problem. You know,
Yeah, instead of air data, it's air aggravation. That's what it is.
yeah. So we got a problem. What did they do that you need to change so I can sync on my thing? I'll tell you what I got to do.
Quiet.
Oh shit.
And first off, the controller has to be turned off too.
Damn. Can't get the super glue open. It's super glued itself to the tube.
Yeah, well, I hate that. Most of it does.
That's why you throw this crap away about.
Quarter of the way in.
Huh?
You throw it about a quarter of the way in, you seem to throw it away. That's
Yeah,
what
no
I've
lie.
noticed.
It's too cheap anyway. I ordered I got like 20 rolls for like $4 on Amazon or something.
Yeah,
Or 20 packs of these little whatever.
yeah, been there, done that.
Sounds like it's empty anyway. But it's like toothpaste. They always got a little bit left.
I always go to the dollar store to get super glue because you can get like 2 tubes for $1 there, Dollar General.
Yeah.
$1.25.
I always go and load up on it. I'll get like 4 or 5 packs of it at a time. Super glue at the end of the day. The one I don't like, to be honest, I mean, it's okay, is the Gorilla super glue, but it's the gel shit.
Oh yeah, I don't like
Because it doesn't dry like normal super glue. It dries more like kind of like a sealant or a caulking.
Yeah, it looks like a clear caulk.
Yeah, and whenever it dries, it doesn't have very strong hold, and you can just peel it right off. Like,
Okay, Johnny, this is how you do it. You got to have your computer turned on. You got to have your controller turned on. You go to DJI RC Pro, click on it.
I ain't doing all that.
Internal share storage, click on it. Then you got to go to Android, click on it. Then you got to go to data and click on it. Then you got to go to DJI Go and click on it. You
Yeah.
got to go to file and click on it. Then you got to go to flight records.
I don't need none of that shit. I don't need no flight
And then
record.
it's the last flight record.
Randy, you're not
And
supposed
copy
to
it.
sniff the super glue.
And don't sniff glue.
How the fuck did you get super glue fumes in your eyes?
Here, I'm gonna put it on Dominic's head. No.
Yeah.
Oh, Mark's head. Yeah, look, I'm putting super glue on your head, Mark.
Oh, you haven't pinned the link.
I didn't.
You
No. We had to David had to put it back in there for Johnny to get on.
Yeah, I couldn't. Joe wouldn't let me in.
Well,
Yeah.
that's friendship with Joe. There you go.
He
Yeah.
had me banned.
I tried to let you in, Johnny, and he threatened me.
I know. I believe it.
He tried to
But-
threaten me, but I said I'm British. I don't give a fuck.
I'm gonna
Johnny's
call.
gonna
I'm
talk
gonna call.
about me.
I'm gonna call this on Joe.
If
Oh,
Johnny's gonna
no.
talk about me, I'll just sleep in tomorrow morning.
Yeah, just so you Americans actually understand. Yeah, we are sending the king over to Canada to open its parliament.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Mm.
Hands off our land,
What is that?
Canada.
Oh.
Oh.
Man.
The king is going over to open parliament.
Hmm. Yes.
There you go.
Pin.
I got a pin for you.
Hey, Johnny, he's already in. He got it already. He don't need it.
I'm in.
So back at that little place I flew at today, Johnny,
Yeah.
15 boats, 3 party boats, 3 jet skis, and a police boat.
Nice.
Most important, how many bikinis?
Yeah.
That's a few.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
good.
Johnny, you need to leave and come back in on Paul's link.
Bob Smith, California glue. What
It's the
the hell
same
is that,
link, but
JD?
I want you to do that.
You what now?
He put a new
No.
link in there for you, John, so you
I'm
can get back
fixing to
in.
leave. I'm fixing to leave, and my son-in-law's cooking me a big old steak.
Nice.
You see? Friendship.
I'm paying him in these poker chips. I told him I'd pay him.
Well, I tell you what,
He's printing a
He's gonna
Kia
be-
box now. He's
didn't
printing a
even
Kia
call me.
box. He did a GMC box. Now he's doing a Kia box for a guy. He's got them sold.
Really?
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, Johnny, he's probably going to be
Stop.
real pissed
Stop.
when that chip bounces like a check.
Stop.
Oh, these chips, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to bounce like a
Stop.
bad check.
Well, hey. It's all right. Hey, he spelled YouTube wrong.
I already know I didn't.
So you had to do 4 glues. You had to use. Yeah, see, Matt, I think Matt can do these just like he did this. We need to get the AMS though.
Yeah, because come like what you call it when they do their prime days later on this year, I may look at getting it if they got
Look
it
at
in
that, look at this
cheaper.
battery box though. Look, the door slides. That's pretty neat.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, get it back in.
Slides
Oh,
out, don't return.
Yeah, slides. So it's pretty neat. Plus you can hang it on the wall. That's pretty cool.
Nice.
Oh God, I'm up in 8 hours.
Yeah.
Gotta go with my mate to get Wembley tickets.
Yes.
Hey, see this remote, Joe?
Yeah.
When I turn a certain color, it'll turn on the cabinet lights.
Yeah.
I've got shitloads of them remotes if you want some.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
pretty
dude, I probably got 20 of those damn things I've never even used because they came with other LED strips and shit I had.
Yeah, that's how. Well,
And-
they come as a kit. You know, like he's been ordering them. They're only
Here you
like
go. What color was it? Let me see if it works.
Wait,
Well, it's
the green.
Joe, you've got exactly the same one I've got here. The new
Did they
one.
turn on? I'm hitting the green.
and not only that, it's just their
Let me see. Hit it.
90.
Hey, hit it, Joe. Look, it worked.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice.
Let's see. I found out if I hit the red, watch. Let me see. If I hit the red, look. Every time I hit the red.
Yeah, these are neat. These little strips.
Can you
they
just
make-
hit it one more time then?
When I
Look.
hit the white, that's to get rid of you.
Laura, Joe's bullying me.
Shut up, Joe.
Of the opening event of the Rose Lady series. There's not much.
JD said this is the glue
Uh-huh.
he uses. I'll have to try this out.
Jesus Christ, Justin.
To the back 9 here at West Lancs.
Shut up.
That's too expensive.
Shut up. Shut up, everybody. Oh.
Is that your impression of Laura?
Laura goes, shut up, Joe.
It's not that expensive. I mean, look at a little ass tube of name brand super glue when you go to the store. It's like $2 or $3. Ain't that much
Yeah,
more.
I just buy the ones from the dollar store. The ones that have two of them in it, and one to get for $1.25. And if it hardens up after about 15 times, you throw it away.
Yeah, but does yours say do not eat on it?
Mine says that you can put it on crackers.
Keep out of the reach of the children.
Well, don't give it to Joe then.
I went through a pound of that shrimp, Johnny, yesterday.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, as I bought 2 more bags, went back and bought 2 more bags. So I bagged them up in a pound bags. So I had I did a
Joe?
blackened shrimp yesterday and did a
Joe,
Alfredo with it.
someone's
sir.
here to talk to you.
Hello, Laura.
Shut up, Joanne.
No,
Joanne.
not talking to me.
Oh,
Who is Joanne?
Not talking to me.
Well,
Let's
that's,
get-
Diamond just went. Joanne.
that's because Joe was wearing earrings the other day, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It's not. It's funny.
Look at a horse. Look at a horse that's pulling the casket.
Yep.
That's pretty.
He said the sun showed up 3 hours late.
No, the funeral was at 10. They got there like at 1 o'clock.
Oh,
how
okay.
much was that?
Oh, that's what you mean. That was a long funeral.
Yeah.
Tell you what, funerals are spectacular over here, the traveller community. We had one about 3 months ago, and there must have been at least 8,000 people turned up to it. They were fucking everywhere.
Really?
Caravans, you name it, they were just parked up everywhere.
Wood, glass, plastic, metal, and rubber.
Yeah, that's what it says.
That's actually not a bad size bottle though. It's 2 ounces.
Wood, rubber, plastic, metal, paper, and leather.
And how many?
Skin also.
That's why I said that bottle for $7 isn't bad because it's 2 ounces. That's pretty big. That's a lot of glue.
Yeah, but that'll crap will dry up by the time you use all that.
Okay,
I ought to sell the air to us now, huh? Only got 24 flights on it.
Yeah, but Ray can't sell his.
$7 ain't nothing.
Joe, I think
All
that's
I've got
for you.
is 5 hours on it.
You need to get
Diamond
that-
says hello, Joanne.
You need to get
What's
the
up,
Air.
Diamond?
You need to get the Air 3S.
Yeah, I know. It's in my cart at DJI. I can't pull it through yet.
It's completely blanking it.
Blanking it. What are we calling Joanne? Joey.
Yeah, I would much
The
prefer to have
the
like 30
USA
day battery.
The USA drone attacker.
Lon Denard says, if you're sweating 7, reevaluate your life choices.
Yeah, I agree, Lon.
I'm not sweating $7. I'm going to get it for $1.25. I'm not sweating
Joe's
$7.
just cheap as shit.
Yeah, that's the whole.
Justin,
What?
Stop.
shut up.
Yeah.
You don't need anything. You got food in your dish.
Laura and David
need me to
made me
put it
do
on
it.
the
Damn,
floor?
she ratted you all out quick.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's what you want. So I'm gonna put the food on the floor.
Whoa, Diamond. Do not blame me.
You know,
I would-
hey Joe,
I
Joe,
had nothing to do
know
with
the-
it.
Joe, you know the best dog snacks there is?
What is it?
Animal crackers. You get a whole
Yeah.
jug of them for like $7 a
So-
sound.
So you all know, Diamond is Laura and Justin's friend.
Yeah, that's right. What was Sam's animal crackers, huh?
Yeah. Hey, I get Chewy when Chewy's out here standing by the gate.
Now you know where Justin's hiding.
You what?
What?
Justin, I'm on the phone to Diamond.
I thought I heard her say something in the background.
Diamonds are forever.
What did he say? I thought I could hear Diamond in the background.
Who is Diamond?
Yeah, a girl
A
we play.
friend of mine.
Yeah, we do gaming with.
Oh, okay.
Justin, I've met her in person. You haven't.
I know you have.
Is she single?
No. Well,
No.
she has a fella with kids, but they're not married
Oh, okay. Never mind.
yet. But we're working on it.
Yeah.
Matchmakers.
No, she's been with her fella for quite a long time, so she's common law husband and wife. But we're just trying to convince them that they have to tie the knot.
Well, how would you do that to friends?
Because we want an excuse for a good piss up.
Another fundraiser.
No,
Yeah.
we think about it. Yeah, we encourage you to get married. We have the piss up. Then they get divorced. We get another piss up ×2.
Not like a good golden shower.
By the way, a piss up means getting drunk in the pub.
Yeah.
A pub?
That
Is that
kind
like
Go
A public
eat
house.
the food on your dish.
Yeah, it's like a bar.
of bar.
No, it's a pub.
no?
I
It's a,
said it's
Close enough.
We have bars over here. They're nothing like what you guys call bars.
Yeah, we have to work out what the difference is then.
well, you have bars, which are just mainly alcohol, and then you'll have bar and grills, which are bars that serve food. And those
So-
generally you'll see families in there eating until a certain time, and then bars are just strictly 21 and older normally.
no. You can go in a bar at
Yeah,
20.
I'd agree with that, Randy.
Do I?
You can go in a bar at 18, but you can't drink.
You can go in a bar. At the
I
age
think
of
it
5
depends
over,
on.
over here.
I think it depends on the state, though, doesn't it?
No,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or is
Yeah,
that federal?
It must
I know
serve
here-
food over here.
Yeah,
Yes.
here
So-
here. I mean, that's the most stupidest thing. 18-year-olds can go in, but they can't drink. Now, when their friends buy them drink and they get arrested for buying their drinks, then they all get in trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You could
over
actually,
here,
if they have, if the bar sells any kind of food, you can go in there younger than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well, that's
over
always
here,
just
You gotta go in there for a meal.
right over here, if it's got a play area outside, then any age can go in. And if it hasn't, then it's age of 5, as long as they're accompanied by an adult and they're not allowed anywhere near.
You mean
bar.
a play-
And the
playground-
age of 12 can go into a pub, but they can't get alcoholic drinks and they can't get served at the bar. And then 18, you can drink and get absolutely K-laid.
well, they got playgrounds at McDonald's.
Yep.
Yeah, but they don't have a bar.
That's what I think. That's what they should. That's what they should add. They should add a bar. A couple of taps there, a beer and a hamburger. That'd be right down everybody's alley.
I don't know if they're gonna make smoking and drinking 21, they might as well make that the adult age instead of 18. I don't get it. You can go
Yeah.
in the military and do other things, but you can't
Yeah,
drink or
but
smoke it.
I don't get why you guys have the age of 21 anyway, because it's 18 over
Yeah,
here.
it's 18 here.
It's always been 21 for alcohol. Well, at least in past what, like 30, 40 years.
Yeah, we were 18, but it changed a few years back.
That was a few years, you mean a few decades ago.
Yeah, it was a few decades ago.
Yeah, when
And then-
dinosaurs roamed the planet.
I'll tell you, listen to this. My brother, when he was 8 years old, my brother's 8 years younger than me. He's 62. And when he was 8 years old, we lived on Cambro
Wait,
Street.
how
He went
old
to
is it?
Cornetworth.
How old is
62.
it? 62?
He's yeah, 62.
How
So
old are you?
70.
Oh, I thought you said he was 8 years older than you.
No. So he used to walk. He used to walk from on Cambron Street, right there, half a block off of Claiborne to Belfast, where in Cornetworth was the school at 8 years old, and back. And on the way back, he stopped at Charlie's Bar, walk in there, get up there, and tell him he wanted a dried shrimp and a root beer. And they give him the dried shrimp and a root beer, and he said, "My mom will pay for it Friday." He did that every day. My mom ordered 5 root beers and 5 dried shrimps on Friday when we went in.
How much is one dried shrimp?
Well, it was back then. It was like 25 cents.
Oh, like
It
a
was
little
a
bag? you
it was
mean?
a little bag. little
Yeah,
bag
little
of dried
bag.
shrimps.
Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
like you get a box root beer and a pack of dried shrimp. Eat them, drink his root beer, and say thanks, Mr. Charlie, and leave. And he had 8 years old, had a bar tab.
I remember going ride my bike and pick up cigarettes and beer from my daddy. I was like maybe 9 or 10 years old at the little corner store.
Shoot, I was 16 years old working at Tiny Tim's food store on Claiborne and Dante on Dublin Street, Dublin and Claiborne, and I was selling alcohol at 16.
Yeah.
Yeah,
At 11 years old, I used to buy my own cigarettes.
I'd leave at night with a quarter Miller High Life beer, walk home with it, sit out in front and drink it. With my
Yeah,
neighbors
but
across
were
the
you-
street would drink it.
Yeah,
at,
Mark.
at 16.
Mark, were you lying and saying they were for your parents though?
No.
No, he just looked old enough.
He had a beard at 12.
Back in 70, they didn't ask.
It's dried, Randy.
Strangely enough, right, when I were at school, kids having beards were not a thing. Now you've got 14, 15-year-olds walking around with fucking massive goatees. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh
Yeah. And when I was at school, we was considered tall, being 5'9". Yeah. Now they're coming out of school, even primary school, they're like fucking 6 foot. You're like, what the hell? Fucking feeding a miracle grow.
yeah. All that fluoride in the water.
It's probably an app for it. There's an app on the phone to grow a beard.
Yeah, they made smoking 21. Was it I think it was the second or last year of Trump's last presidency. It was only like
Here you go,
5
Randy.
years ago.
It's
They did it.
dehydrated dried shrimp.
Oh yeah. Those
Like
are good.
that.
Been
No.
to
Yeah,
it, no,
it's
been
got a
to
real
it.
fishy, shrimpy taste to it.
Oh, it's
Oh,
strong. Like you gotta brush your
it's-
teeth. You gotta brush your teeth after you eat them, son, bitch.
Well,
Oh,
I'm
it's
John,
telling you,
spin the win.
dehydrated fruit.
Let's see what
Yeah.
let's see what you're going to win.
Yeah.
Guarantee you he's going to win a prize.
they were
Just
pretty
get
good.
9, mate.
They still got them at Rouse's. I see them at Rouse's.
Yeah, I haven't noticed them in years.
Yeah, they right there by the register.
Oh man.
They like $6 for that little bitty pack.
Well, it used to be a quarter.
Yeah, well, I used to need a comb too.
When I was 18, I used to sell cigarettes to all the other underage kids, and I'd go to the store and I'd buy the buy one get one free packs, and they'd give me the money. I'd go down to the store on my bike. I'd get the buy one get one free packs, but the deal was that if I bought them a pack of cigarettes, they had to give me 5 out of it as payment. And they didn't know I was getting the free pack, so I ended up with 25 cigarettes, and they got 15, and they paid for them.
Hey, Dominic, is it winter in Australia?
Yeah, pretty much. Heading
Yeah.
Hey, Dominic, I'm betting you he's going to get a Boston cream. I'm betting you.
And I used
I'm
to get
betting you.
three or 4 kids a day coming to me asking me. to
Whatever
go
you
down to
bet,
the
I'll
gas
double
station.
Don't worry, Dominic. We're
There you
only
go.
1 month
I'll
away from
triple
the
it.
solstice.
I'll triple it.
Yeah, we're only 1 month away from the solstice.
Yeah, I know.
We're only 6 days away from you know what.
I'm telling you, he's going to get a Boston cream. Watch. Give me a minute. He's
Yeah,
gonna
but
come
I
back
get-
and he's gonna go.
Come on.
Yeah, but I get 2 or 3 kids a day coming to me, Joe. Dude, I'd have half a carton of cigarettes sometimes one day.
Yeah.
No.
All right, guys, I'm logging off. I'll listen. Don't say anything
Later,
bad.
Johnny.
Yeah, we won't
We
say anything.
don't
bad.
need to know that's too much information if you want to log off.
Joe, I don't
Just
know.
leave.
Saying you long goodbye.
Remember
Yeah,
the
listen.
bar?
10, 8, 7, 6.
Can we just mute him? Mute him.
All right, that's enough out of you.
You actually kicked him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was a nice little racket when I was 18 and I smoked.
See, when I were at school, we used to go and buy 20 cigarettes for £3 and then sell them for 10p each.
How much?
The £2 each, sorry. You sell them for like 10, 20p each.
When was that?
Back in the late 80s.
I doubt it. They were only £1 a packet in 1996.
I mean, what the hell were you buying? Dodgy stuff for fucking Dave in Weatherspoons?
I was 18 at the time, Randy. Yeah, I was, like I said, and I'd get anywhere between, sometimes I could get up to 5 kids in one day that come to me. And it was every day for like 2 years straight. And I'd just ride my bike down to the store, which was about an eighth of a mile away from the house.
Yeah.
Wasn't even that
Kids
far.
that are 18 to this year are the last kids that will be allowed to smoke because the age of smoking goes up each year. Can't wait till it gets like age 99 can smoke and that old lady going into the shop. Got any ID?
Oh, dude, it's crazy now, dude. They'll literally, people like Joe's age will walk into some gas stations and they'll fucking card them.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, like, come on now, seriously? Like, it will tell you to card people over like the age of 45. And I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous.
That's because the tills tell them and they're on camera.
No, even now, some of the corporates, more corporate-y stores, yeah, they'll do that. But they can just scan your ID now. I can just take my state ID and just scan it. But it's the little mom and pop stores. They don't give a fuck, dude. The ones that are run by like the Indians and stuff, they don't give a shit. They don't check anybody's ID. But they're always cool as hell, those gas stations, because you'll go in there and you say something's $5 and you had $4.90 on you and you're like 10 cents short. They always tell you, don't worry about it. Go ahead and go.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes you'd be like $1 short and they'll be like, well, how much do you have? You tell them, they're like, just give it to me. They don't give a shit.
Again.
Those people are always, I found the little mom and pop gas stations always have the coolest people wearing on them.
Well,
But you
David,
say that. Back in the 90s, I was in a shop in Yorkshire, in Bradford, and I was short of a few pence. And the guy said, "Oh, pay me next time you come in."
you never been back in.
No, the funny thing was, I was there for football, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, no problem, mate, no problem." I left. 4 years later, when I went back in, he went, "By the way, mate, you owe me 20 pence." What the fuck, you remembered? Fucking Yorkshireman.
Well, when I started smoking in 1970,
Randy.
I used to get 5 part drive.
18.
No, 1970.
Yeah, 1870. Yeah, go on.
I used to get 5 part drive tipped and a book of matches for 5 old pence.
Oh, Randy, when I was in high school, there was a guy that used to sell me kegs. He had his own brewery in his backyard. And he'd sell us a keg for like 60, 70 bucks or something. We just had to bring the keg back when we were done. But yeah, we used to get money together.
Somebody got
Some
pissed
parties.
off with an e-cigarette today and threw it on the floor, and the casing shattered on it. And he walked off, so I picked it up because it had the USB charger on it. And the battery pack, I was like, that'll come in handy.
Yep.
Can power something up with that.
Oh, one time I was walking down the road and I was walking by the bus station. But back when I was a manager at Walmart, I just lived across the street. And so I would just walk back and forth and ride bike. And I was walking back and I was walking by the bus station. And I look on the bench and there's a fucking bag sitting there. I open up a brand new set of Beats headphones sitting in there unopened with the receipt.
We had that a few years back. About 10 years ago with a mobile phone and found it on the bus. It had the EE receipt in it. So we took it back to the EE store and said, someone's obviously left this on the bus. And the guy went, "Why you brought it back then?" I was like, "Because it's the right thing to do. When you've got the receipts, you've got the phone, it's yours now. Happy days. See ya."
Yeah, I didn't take it back. I'm going to be honest with you. was a $150 pair of headphones.
See, that's the difference between the UK and America. America, they find it's finders keepers, losers weepers. Over here, we try
No,
to do the
no, if
right
it was
thing.
somebody's wallet or something, I would have returned it. But that was a product somebody left at the bus station. I don't know how long it'd been sitting there.
But it had the receipt in it. It would have had the card number and, part of the card number. You could have found the person. You could have posted on Facebook and said, has anyone lost anything? But, bring
Not
your bank card,
necessarily.
and
If
if the last
somebody,
numbers match, you can have it back.
no, not necessarily. If somebody paid in cash, there would be no way to track it.
Yeah. No one pays in cash these days.
Yep.
In fact, nowadays, if you go to the shop and say, can I pay in cash? They're like, what you dealing? I mean, what we're dealing?
That same walk that I used to walk, I was walking another day and found a $50 bill up against the fence line where all the trash like collected.
Now, when it comes to money,
Yeah, now David's talking a whole different thing now. He's like, yeah, well, one time I found a bank bag, didn't have a receipt, so I kept it.
no,
Didn't have a deposit slip.
actually, one time I was on the bus with my stepmom when I was a kid, and I looked down and I just saw a big roll of money wrapped up with elastic band, and it was near my stepmom's feet. So I went to her, you've dropped your bus ticket. She's like, no, I haven't. I went, yeah, you have. Look there. She went, no, I've got it here. I was like, you dropped your fucking bus ticket. Yeah. There was 1,800 quid rolled up in a ball.
Oh, I was like that fucking Taco Bell manager a couple years ago. She was going to do a cash deposit at the end of the night, and there was a few cars left in the drive-thru, and they were taken care of. And she put the fucking deposit inside a Taco Bell bag,
Oh,
and they
shit.
handed it to a customer, but luckily the customer was nice enough to bring it back. And I think Taco Bell gave him some kind of gift card for bringing it back. It was like $11,000 or $12,000 in the bag.
They gave him a free Crunchwrap Supreme. That's what they did.
The thing was, is they didn't know who they handed it to. They didn't have any at the time. They didn't have any cameras outside by the drive-thru. So this person couldn't have not came back and possibly got away with it, and that manager would have lost her job.
I used to
I
hate
don't-
cashing. I used to have to hate cashing up at the petrol station at Asda because you had to walk across the car park with that big bag of money. And one night there was loads of lads hanging around the door of the petrol station. I was like, yeah, I know what these guys are up to. As soon as I walk out that door, I'm getting coshed. So I called a taxi. Yeah, the taxi pulled up. went and got in the taxi, and he went, "Where you going, mate?" I went, "Just to the main doors over there." And he went, "Beg your pardon." I went, "Don't worry, I'll give you a tenner." Yeah, he took me over, gave him a tenner, and he was like, "What's that all about?" I went, "Well, them lads over there were going to mug me because they see me doing this every night." Yeah, and I ain't getting coshed over the head for 68,000 for no one. Yeah.
No.
The store
When-
gave me a £200 thank you, and then put extra cameras up.
When when me and Sarah first met years ago, it was like 15, it was probably about a year after we met, so probably about 17 years ago. She was working at Pizza Hut, and two of their managers, apparently they weren't store managers, but they were like team leads for Pizza Hut or something, or assistant managers. But both of them got apparently robbed doing the cash deposit at nighttime at the bank, but they thought it was an inside job. And one of the assistants ended up getting arrested. I don't know what ever happened with that, but two different times in like a 6-month period, they got robbed at the bank doing a cash deposit in the middle of the night.
Strange that, because the Asda store only ever got robbed when I weren't on.
Which I thought was always stupid. It's like, why are you doing a cash deposit in the middle of the fucking night?
Yeah.
It's just dumb.
That's why
Do
we
it.
just take it to the main store. Back in a minute. For you.
Get out of deposits next morning. That pizza, the nights went in the safe, and then you just put them in that morning.
Yeah, see, they used to do it in North Carolina at the Pizza Hut she worked at when I first met her. They would do it. They would do it after they got off, and I think they closed at 10 o'clock, and they would all leave by like 11. And they would take the cash deposit 2 different times in a 6-month period. They apparently got robbed, but then the reason why the cops believed it was an inside job is because they weren't roughed up at all. Like, they didn't have any marks on them, nothing. It was like, it was just too easy, you know? They said that they just walked up and then it was like they just handed them the bag and they walked off with it.
See, that's what pissed me off about Asda. They always said to me, if someone said, give me the money, yeah, I was just to hand over the bag. And I'm like, yeah, as soon as I get to the store, I'm getting sacked if I hand over that bag.
Most companies over here won't do that if it's their policy. You won't get fired for it.
If it's their policy and you fight back, you can get fired for that over here.
Yeah, versus just handing them the money. If they tell you just hand them the money and don't fight them, then you're fine. If you just hand them the money, you're not going to get in trouble for that. But if you fight them, then they're going to fire you over that.
You got to remember, I got a written warning for throwing a can of Smart Price beans, which were 8p at the time, at somebody trying to rob the kiosk. Yeah, it was. He had the girl with a knife, and he was trying to rob the cigarettes. Yeah, and I thought, I can't just leave her.
Wait.
So as soon as the tannoy went code 100, which is all male colleagues to the front of the store, yeah, I just like sod it. I threw a tin of beans at him and it caught him on the leg, and it was enough for him to drop, to stop and run. Yeah, and I got a written warning for damaging stock.
You're lucky you didn't get fired for fighting with them or throwing something at them. Well, see, over
Yep.
here, you'd have to worry more because you don't know, like, if they have a gun or whatever. That's why they tell you not to fight them back.
Over here, the guy wouldn't have turned around and sued your ass off.
Yeah.
Same thing here.
No, I said have, not would have.
Yeah, because that whole thing about that story you've heard people tell multiple times about robber fell through a skylight and cut his leg, and the robber sued the lady. That was never an actual case. That was just like an urban legend that was going around for years.
Early AI story.
And it was bullshit. It never happened.
Yeah. We had the same shit over here.
Well, guys, I'm getting ready to go catch that cruise ship. You guys gonna stay on here for a while? Who
Good. Go ahead.
Yeah, go.
Very good.
You want me to make you, Justin? You want me to make you the host?
We don't
No,
need a
me.
vote.
Give it me.
No, we're all co-hosts, so it don't matter.
Yeah, you're all co-hosts. Okay.
We've got over an hour till Bill starts.
Yeah.
Paul,
Yeah, exactly, Randy.
Paul,
Don't
make
fucking-
me the host. When you come back, it'll all be closed down nice and neat because I'm going to kick the fucking shit off. I'm going to kick them all off. Boom. I'm only joking, by the way.
And like Randy said, let them take the money in 8 years at the end of the day. Ain't fucking hurting your pocket.
Actually, it would have been Mars because it would have come out of the store bonus.
Well, see, no, over here it would have been covered by the store's insurance company. And if
Yeah.
it's a bank, it's federally insured, so the federal government would pay a bank back if it was a bank robbery. No, the only thing that was ever tied into our bonuses when I was a manager at Walmart was theft, as far as just people shoplifting, like that kind of theft. It wasn't like armed robbery theft. So that wasn't really the only type of theft that was like factored in, was how much store loss you had each year. Like we have 2 Walmarts in our town. The one I worked at, when we did our yearly inventory, the last year I was there, we were 180,000 in theft, which is acceptable by Walmart standards. That's actually really good as far as what they consider acceptable. But the Walmart down the road had almost $1 million in theft, and the store manager got fired.
We had a store manager at one of our stores in Blackburn. He got fired because the tills were always up at the end of the day. Every time the tills were like 300-400 quid up.
Oh yeah, companies don't even like when it's showing a positive, let alone a negative. They want it to be exact.
Yeah, well, if it's a positive, it means you've been ripping the customers off.
Yeah.
Well, then that's just the idiot's fault for not taking that excess out of the register and
The one
pocketing it.
thing, the one thing I do like about Asda is the little smiley stickers, where if you are short, yeah, a staff can write you a smiley sticker up to £5. They
Yeah,
used to do it all the time for the elderly ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
Not just-
Walmart didn't make a big deal about theft unless you were like $250,000 or higher. Then they would get really mad. But if you I think we were at 160 or 180, something like that. So we were actually pretty good. But they want you to be what they call like an aggressive employee as far as like aggressive customer service. So if you think somebody's shoplifting, they want you to go up to them and say, "Can I help you? Can I help you?" And kind of just be kind of aggressive
Yeah.
with the customer service.
I
Try
don't
to
want to.
deter them.
When I worked at Asda, we got took over by Walmart. That's one thing they brought over here.
Your cat's taking over, Dominic.
I know.
Yeah,
And this
that's
is the big. This is the big one.
But that's the way they would tell us to be. They'd
Which
be
one's
like, be
that one?
aggressive.
This is Prince. He's twice the size of Vegemite. He doesn't normally come. He doesn't normally come in here.
Prince. Meow,
But I want to say altogether,
Meow, meow.
Walmart, I think averaged around $1 billion in theft a year nationwide.
Nah, it's not as good as Vegemite.
Hmm.
Vegemite would have attacked the camera for that.
Yeah.
I'll be back, guys.
And you best believe that the
Yeah.
loss prevention officers that worked at Walmart, they would rather catch an employee stealing than a
Yeah.
customer.
Oh, we had one guy, and he just kept every night. He was taking stuff off the shop floor into the canteen and cooking it and eating it.
Yes.
Yeah, but because he'd never left the store, they couldn't do anything about it, even though it's technically theft.
Well, it does leave the store when he goes out of the store because it's in him.
Yeah, but physically, well, one night they came up to me and they went, "David, we're going to put Michael on the aisle with you tonight on the sweets. Can you put him on the pick a mix?" And I was like, bit random, just putting him on the pick a mix. So I put him on the pick a mix, and like an hour later, all of a sudden, all the managers just swarmed on the aisle and they sacked him on the spot. Yeah, they waited until he dropped one sweet and he picked it up and ate it, and they got him for hygiene reasons.
Now, see here, they'll let you, if you're an employee stealing, they'll let you steal until it racks up to a felony charge. Then they'll call the cops and be like,
Yep.
"Oh, we noticed him stealing for a month, and here's all the evidence." And they'll have all the camera footage and shit ready to go, like all in a nice little neat package for the cops when they get there. And then because it's worse to steal as an employee than it is as a customer. It's actually a worse charge because it's theft from an employer or something, and it's actually a more strict charge.
Well, we had
Almost
one
like a
guy.
malfeasance type of thing.
Yeah.
We have one guy, and I don't know his name because he was on days. And when he used to do the 6 p.m. markdowns, he would mark down silly items like TVs. He would just mark it down as damaged or short dated. It's like, how can a TV be short dated? And he knew he was doing it, and his friends were coming in and buying them. You know, walking out with a freaking 32-inch TV for $5.
Yep.
See, I actually had there was 2 assistant managers when I was working that got fired because they marked a bunch of shit down in the claims office, and then they went out to the register and bought it. Now, the stuff they marked down was legitimately supposed to be marked down, but they are not to buy it when they're the ones marking it down. So, like, I could have went out and bought it after they marked it down.
Yeah, because that's what happened with my subwoofer. The guy brought it back and said it wouldn't work, and we was like, "What do you mean you wouldn't work?" He went, "Well, I'm pressing it. He hadn't put batteries in the remote control, and he hadn't plugged the darn fucking thing in. Yeah, so it wasn't going to work.
Well,
but because it had been returned, yeah, it had to go into the compactor. You know, I had to chuck it. And I said to the guy that does the returns in the morning, I went, "Is there any chance you could reduce that?" And he went, "Yeah." And he reduced it to 5p. So I bought it and I went over to the manager and got him to sign the receipt. And he just said, "Yeah, it's fine." He went, "It was only going to go down the chute anyway, so we don't give a
Well,
shit."
Well, these managers didn't get arrested because technically they didn't steal because the products were marked to be marked
Yeah.
down, like they were labeled to be marked down. They just got fired for store policy issues. So they were lucky they didn't get arrested for it. They just got lost their job over it. Because the thing is if you get arrested for shoplifting here or as an employer, either one of those charges, dude, you to find a job is damn near impossible unless you move out of state.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
every company that does background checks are going to see that and they're going to be like, nope, fuck that.
Yeah. We had a strange one as well. One of the glass collectors at Yates's, when I worked at Yates's glass collecting, he got fired for stealing glasses. Every night he would take 2 glasses home in his pocket.
And people are stupid too. And they all think that they came up with like some smart ass idea. And don't realize that there's been 30,000 people before them and did the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I got a set of steak knives, 6 of them from Texas Roadhouse.
Uh,
I like the way they cut steaks. And when you get to go place, you stick them in there.
Oh, Laura does my head in when she goes to the pub. When she last time on holiday, they had a glass with a llama picture on it. And she actually stole it. And I'm like, you know what? Just annoys me. Just don't steal.
Yeah, I figured it was all 3 of my kids worked there, and they worked there Justin worked there for about 4 years. Brittany worked there for about 4 years, and Nick worked there for like 8 years. So with all the blood, sweat, and tears they did, I used to tell them, I took one time like this, and then the next time every time they brought me something, they had a steak knife in it. I told them, quit doing it, you know. They said, well, it was there, so I just stuck it in there, you know. When they got me a to-go menu on the way home, I'd have a steak knife in it. I don't need a steak knife. Shit, it's chicken. I don't need a steak knife.
You see what Jim put? I
That's
stole
all,
a
bro.
brand new car. I like it.
Done.
I like the way
It
the way
drove.
it drove. Yeah. But yeah.
Yeah, I like the way it drove.
No, but the sheriff's department here, when they catch you stealing,
No,
especially in a
You
big
just
store like
asked-
Publix
Go.
or Walmart or Target or something, they'll parade
Go
your
eat your
ass through
dish.
the store just to embarrass the fuck
Come here.
out of you.
Come here.
They don't give a fuck. They'll
Go
put you
eat the
because
food in the dish.
when I was in the office
Go.
4 or 5 different times when an employee got put handcuff, they would beg the officers, "Don't put handcuffs on me. Can we do it out front?" Nope. They'd slap the cuffs on them and they'd walk them around in circles in the fucking store, embarrass the fuck out of them.
Yep.
You see,
Like
Walk them around the whole store.
hmm
this is where I differ, right? Because over here I get so many strange looks. If somebody gives me too much change, I take it back and go, "You give me too much change," and they look at me like I've got 6 heads. It's like, yeah, you gave me change for a 20 and not a 10, so I owe you 10 quid. And they're looking at me like, "What the fuck are you doing? Just walk away with the money, mate."
Oh,
No, just got to do the right thing.
I went to the dollar store it was like a year and a half ago, and I was buying like $25 worth of shit, and I handed the girl 2 20s, and she handed me 80 back. But I
Oh.
just told her, I said, drop it in the bag, because I always would just open the bag, drop the change in there, right? I'll get it
Yeah.
out when I get to the house. And I get down to getting into the driveway, and I'm looking, and there's fucking 4 20s and the change in there, like the actual coins. And I was like, what the fuck? And I look at the receipt.
How's
I
that,
was like-
Dominic?
and I checked my money
Oh,
in my wallet,
nice.
and I took it back to her.
Coconut, pineapple, banana bread.
Because
Nice.
she would have gotten a lot of trouble for that. And I took
Yeah.
it back to her and explained to her what I did. I said, just put it back in there. I was like, it's all good. I said, you owed me $10 and some change. I was like, she just didn't know how to count. Oh my God, dude. She was,
You see, when it comes to like things like that, I'll make sure that the money goes back. Yeah. However, if I'm in a supermarket and they've priced it up wrong, I'm making sure I'm getting it at that price. Tesco's hate me for it because I just go, you do realize when I used to do this job, it was a £5,000 fine. I'm sure it's going to be a lot more than that now, and that's per customer that's seen that offer. So I'm going to take it at that price, and then you're going to correct it, aren't you?
See, here it's not illegal for a store to misprice something by accident.
It's not
actually
illegal, but if they get caught doing it quite often,
What's up, Bent Rails? Well, like take for example, like if somebody came to me and said, "Oh, I found this $100 item and it was sitting in a $5 spot on a shelf where you could grab and move shit," I'm like, "No, I'm not giving it to you for that. I'll knock $5 off for it for what it was sitting at, but I'm not giving it to you for $5 because
no,
that's a
if it's a
$95
genuine
loss."
no, if it's a genuine move by a customer, then but I'm talking about when they've got offers on where it's like the other week, I buy these mixes, where you make all the ingredients are in and you get the instructions how to make it. Yeah, I buy them kits. In Sainsbury's, it had the old offer on, and they said they were £3 on the Nectar card, and yet they were going through at £5. And I just said to the guy, I went, "I'm sorry, it clearly says Nectar price £3. These are my Nectar card. I want it at £3." And he was like, "Yeah, but that offer ended 3 weeks ago." I went, "Well, it's more for you then, isn't it?"
Yeah,
So
like one time I had a lady that came in and she wanted to buy a cell phone, and they were on locking pegs, and somebody put a whole row of $400 phones on a $50 peg.
Oops.
And the manager, I couldn't approve it because of how much it was, because I wasn't salary.
Yeah.
And as I was only a support manager, and the manager came out and actually gave it to her for the $50 price because an employee had fucked up and put all of them on the wrong peg. And it was a locking peg that we had to unlock for you to get the phone off.
You see,
So
that's because when I worked at Asda, that was my job, to go around and make sure everything was priced up. These days, no one ever does it. Yeah, and it pisses me off. It's a simple job. Just go around, scan, right price, go, move on.
I got bitched out because I gave 4 veterans a discount during Veterans Day, and Walmart doesn't do like Veterans Day discounts. And the manager pulled me in the office and asked me about it, and I said, "Well, they're veterans. I said we should be offering a discount for them. I said you guys weren't." And I kind of made the assumption that if they fired me and the news found out, it was going to look really bad on Walmart. And the manager was like, they were pissed about it though, but they didn't fire me. They told me just don't do it again, because they knew it would be bad PR for them if that would have got out. That's why they fired me. And it wasn't even that big of a discount. I gave the guys a 10% discount, and they were buying like a fucking. That was when I was working in electronics, and 3 of them bought TVs that were like $800-900. And I gave them a little measly 10% discount. It wasn't even that much, like a $40-50 discount or something on it. And I used my Walmart card, my employee card, to do it, because I felt bad because they showed me their veterans cards and everything, and I was just like, I didn't want to turn them away, and I was like, they were all pissed off because we weren't giving it to them, and I felt bad, so I gave it to them, and then I got pulled in the office about it. But like I said, then all the managers started discussing about, it might not be a good idea if we fire him, because if something gets said, it's going to look really bad on us.
Yeah, the best one I did was when I was working at Asda. Poundland had just opened up in Blackpool, and they had a canteen of cutlery. It was like, I think it was something like 78 pieces of cutlery, and it was £15 on the label, but on the window it had the big Poundland pound store message, everything £1. So I picked it up, put it on the counter, and the guy was like, £15, please. I went, "It's £1." And he went, No, that one's £15. I went, "That sign in the window says everything in his store is £1. I'm paying £1." I got into a massive row with him, and the manager came down giving it all this, "We don't have to give it you," and all this. I was like, fine. Went to corporate. They was like, "No, we don't have to give you that." So I went to Trading Standards. Next time I went in, the guy went, "By the way, your canteen of cutlery's here. It's £1." I was like, "Thanks."
No, they came to me one time because they get this report if your discount card got used so much in 1 month, you get
Yeah.
put on this report. And they came to me and they said, "We just want to know if your wife's actually using her card or if somebody else is." And I said, "Are you married?" The guy said, the asset protection guy said, "No." I said, "Okay, then when you get married, you realize your wife will come to Walmart 4 fucking times a day." I said, "You can go on the cameras and look. It was her every time." I
I
was
went to
like,
the dollar store the other day and they had 3 cups of like beef cup and noodle soups. And I bought them about 2 weeks ago, I bought them and it said $1.50. I said, they were $1.25. I went back over there the next time, went to pick them up and it did no price on them, but 2 of the cases had the label on it that said $1.25. So I peeled the label off, went up front with the cup of soup, 2 of them. And she said, no, they're $1.50. I said, well, this is $1.25. So I want them for $1.25. She took the label from me, gave them to me for $1.25, and went and made sure there were no labels anywhere anymore. Hey, I'm cheap. I try to save money everywhere I can. I spend it on drones.
Or first aid kits.
yeah.
No, I didn't use a first aid kit. I used a napkin, peroxide, and then when I got it clean, I just put some liquid Band-Aid on it. That's all I did. And it's getting better.
Oh, this print's going to take till 2:15 in the morning.
No.
I guess
I
that.
tell you what, Paul's back looks pretty good the way he's moving now. For that back he threw out of place, putting 5-gallon gas can, picking it up and putting gas in the thing.
Yeah. What are you going to say there, Mark?
Take it that liquid Band-Aid is what we used to call new skin.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
Yeah, just use super glue. I've used super glue to mend up really bad cuts before.
If it would have been cut bad enough, I probably would have.
It burns like a motherfucker, but it will hold it. Unless you got iodine. Iodine is really good for silver
Oh.
bleeding.
I'd tell you
Iodine,
what,
God darn it.
when I used to work at Preston Print Finishers, I never heard a scream like it. The guy on the big paper cutter, yeah, we had the big piece of wood that would slam into the paper to make it all straight, and then it would just go and put down. Well, one of the members on the day staff took the safety bar off, so when he put his hand underneath, it shouldn't have come down. It should have picked up that his hand was there. But because he took that safety mechanism off, put his hand in, and it went straight down, took his hand clean off. Yeah. And the manager went, "Don't worry, I can help you with this." He tipped a whole bottle of whiskey on it. I've never heard a scream like it. It was like, I was like, yikes. Full bottle of whiskey right on his hand.
Iodine's really good if you got a really bad bleeding cut.
Yeah.
I don't think iodine was very good for him. He literally severed the whole hand off right at the joint of his wrist.
That wind must be blowing across that ship because that ship's rocking.
It's rocking because the pole right close up to it.
No, it's rocking side to side.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Gitchy said back when she was in the
Hey,
police
Gitchy.
explorers, she had to do a strip search on a lady for stealing. They must not have any female officers around. I always think that's stupid too. Like, there's a lot of departments now that are going away from that finally, where you have to have a female to search a woman. No, you can do a basic search on them, and if they don't admit, hey, I got something in my bra or something, guess what? They get another charge at the jail. Because they'll tell women, like when the men police officers arrest them, they'll do a basic pat down on them and they'll ask them, is there anything in your bra, anything in your pants? Because if you don't tell us now, when you get to the jail, you get another felony charge for bringing something into the jail.
Yeah, Justin used to tell them that all the time. He said they're gonna put you in a machine, they're gonna X-ray you first, then they're gonna pat you down and make you change everything. And if you got something on you, it was somebody getting burned for like a traffic thing. He's going in a cell, but they're gonna X-ray him to see if he's got anything hidden on him before they put him in, and then it's an automatic felony charge.
Yep. Yep,
Look at that
that's
sucker run.
exactly what it was. She was the only female in the police station.
And good evening, Gitchy. Hope you're good. Hope you're getting better.
They have the Explorer program here still, and they have they're like volunteer police
call them PCSOs.
officers. Well, they're volunteer here, but they carry everything but a gun.
Mm.
Yeah.
And they
But there
tend
used to be
to-
volunteers over here, but now they're paid.
And they tend to only do like traffic, like if they need to block traffic off or something like that. They respond to calls that aren't generally life-threatening type calls, you know.
Over
And,
here, they're actually used as normal police officers. They just don't have the power of arrest. They can detain you, but they can't arrest you.
Yeah, same here. But a lot of them are young guys and they end up becoming officers. It's kind of get their foot in the door and kind of give them an idea, you know.
I remember a few
everything
years
works.
ago, they had in Coronation Street, they brought the character in and they made him a
Craig.
they made him a police officer. Craig, his name was. And he was the weirdest guy on the fucking soap.
He died. He died yesterday or the day before, something like that.
Oh, what did he die of?
A baseball bat.
Yeah, pretty painful if you sit on a baseball bat.
Oh no, he got whacked over the head with one.
Got whacked. That's a good shot at a boat right now. Straight up, straight ahead.
Mm.
Did you see that story about the guy that woke up with the ship in his garden?
Yeah, I read about that.
Hey, Paul should be flying pretty soon, any minute. It should be coming up. He should come up right on the front of the ship. And I'm guessing he's going to be about the second layer. The second deck could probably be as high as that.
Well, hoping you do, Gitchy.
Yeah.
All I gotta do is clear the cache, and then some extra RAM. Should be all right.
One of the more unsavory characters got rat-legged in a pub, and
I don't see it.
Craig was trying to, calm him down and stop him from being disorderly. And the guy got a baseball bat out of his van and smacked him over the head with it.
No.
There it is, going up. Right where I said, look.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. You better turn or you're gonna run into the ship.
Those people are not waving at him.
Yeah.
No, you're going to see his drone get shot out in a minute.
Well, look
Yeah, it's
how
going.
up and down he's going.
Don't worry, we'll correct it all in Movie Maker.
Yeah, he's gone off
I wonder if they
camera
were
now.
tooting at him just now.
There you go. Did you see his drone?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we saw it was right in the
Yeah.
beginning. It was that.
It's off camera now.
You got to go back to when it was right in the beginning, when it
Yeah.
was just starting to make the
Right
turn.
on- and about there, yeah.
You're right around there. You're gonna see it come up. He's gonna pass by them people. Look like he was about 20 feet from.
Yeah. I can't say it again.
Yeah,
No,
it's
He should be
Oh,
coming up any
I don't
minute.
think
It's
you went
right
back
there.
far enough.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, you didn't go back far enough.
all right, hold on.
About on the angle. Yeah, it's about that
Yeah, it
angle.
is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Watch. Look like he's gonna run into the ship. Watch. And then watch when he goes past the people, how it gets unstable up and down. Now watch. He goes up and he comes down.
And then he goes off camera.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
hope
it's
you
all
press the
your
record.
it's all your perception though. It looks close, but it's probably not that close to the ship.
Parallax effect.
Don't know, but somebody farted on it.
Yeah.
Did you hear it? Burp.
Yeah,
Then
they were
he should
hitting the
become-
horn. They hit horn. Went about the place that he would be underneath again. They hit the horns again.
Yeah,
Tell
he
him
should
to
be
get
coming
that shit
around.
away from the ship.
He should be coming around the front right when he gets up under the bridge here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the front of it right now. They're tooting at him, telling him, get that crap away from my boat. There it is. Coming back around now. Yeah, you'll see it. It's got to clear all of that. But I saw it coming back around again.
There we go.
A little bit more. Got to clear all that concrete.
There he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah,
You see the light blinking.
yeah, it's right there in the, about the middle of it, right there.
Yeah, somewhere right here.
Yeah. It should come out into the open again, right about now.
Yep, there it is.
There it is. You see him just above the tree.
Yeah.
It's nice of them to put them big soccer balls on top of that ship for him to play with.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you just see the drone just lightly tap the ship. The whole ship goes down. It's like pink. It just takes the whole ship down.
Goes down Titanic style. Splits in the middle.
Was that the buoy that he claimed that he?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
that's
ain't no
yeah.
5 miles. That ain't even close.
He didn't even get to that buoy. Talking about.
That ain't even. I wouldn't even say that's even a mile out.
You know where the lighthouse is? On the side, when he shows you the lighthouse every once in a while? He was just a little past the lighthouse. So I told
Yeah,
him,
that's
Paul, that
not
lighthouse
even-
is not 5 miles out.
That's not even close
was-
to 5
It
miles.
was 4,500 feet.
Yeah,
But
that's
do
not
you know
even
where I
close.
took off from? I said, yeah, Paul, I'm measuring from there.
Yeah, that's not even close to 5 miles.
I know he didn't do 10 miles with it. No perception. He said that when he crashed into that police station tree, he said he was about 5 or 6 miles away.
He just
And that
doesn't
was
leave.
like about a half a mile.
He just doesn't leave home enough. So 5 for a mile feels like 100 miles down.
Well, he said to somebody today he lived about a mile away. He lives a half a mile away.
Yeah, he said that to Lindsay.
Yeah, he lived 3,300 feet.
Yeah, that's barely over
Yeah,
half
I
mile.
called him on all of that and I measured it all.
Well, it's 5,280 feet to a mile.
Yeah, so that's like what, just under 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah, it was about 3/4.
There you
Yeah.
go. Gitchy said it a couple of years ago. The captain of the ship was flying in from Amsterdam.
Wow. Captain of this ship, Viking?
Yeah, well, they normally fly him in from different areas.
Yeah.
Then they pick it up and take it so far, and then they swap over.
Thought I saw his drone again out there. He shouldn't be out. The only reason he'd be out there that far is if that's a bird. If he forgot to press the record again.
Is he out there again?
No, I thought I saw something blinking coming out around the back again. Then I saw a bird. But I thought I saw something blinking.
No, actually, Randy, he knows the companies actually know Paul, and they've used some of his videos, and he has permission to go around the boat, so that they actually know of Paul. Not the I don't want to say he knows the cruise ship people, but definitely the
Steamship
big
people.
tankers. Yeah,
Yeah.
he knows the companies that actually know Paul. And Paul's given them permission to rip any videos that they would like to use off of his channel at any time.
Yeah,
'Cause the
he can't
captains
send
will-
them.
The captains will actually come out and wave at Paul, and they'll shine their lights at his drones, the spotlights.
Do that one day, that thing in the winter water. Boop.
They like it because it's the only way some of the crew's family see the crew.
Just go to Stream Time Live on YouTube, Randy, and you'll see it. It's first one of the first ones that pops up. It says Port Huron.
Yeah, stream
Yeah, that-
time live. Look at, they're going to get us. That's the guy that went and caught was going
you
to get
put-
the drone off the ship. Ball.
Can you put the link for that in the chat?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
the one I'm watching. I've just put it in the chat.
Never mind. Dominic got it. That's the one that Paul watches. That's the one that's always on his TV in the background.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one that's on the back screen.
And the company that does the cameras, Paul used to do the camera for them. He actually had like a fucking $2,000 joystick he used to use to control the camera. But then he
He's
got
probably
into
got it stashed away somewhere.
But then he had creative
We know he's
differences.
still got it. He showed it us.
Yeah. He had
Now
creative
follow that truck and we'll
differences.
see if he's there. Come on, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. A little bit more.
They actually zoomed in on Paul one day when he was down there in his truck. You guys remember when he was dancing down there?
Yeah.
He was
Remember
outside
the
of
one
his
when he
truck.
Keep going.
wasn't
Might
the
have
one where he had
scratching
no
his ass.
pants on?
No, there was another time Paul got home, took his pants off, and then was running around the house looking for his license for his drone, his 107 license, thought he lost it. And then he drove all the way down there in his underwear and a big old heavy winter coat, got out of the truck, was walking around in his underwear looking for the license. He gets home, finds the license hanging on his coat on the inside. It was pinned to his coat the whole time. But he was on camera down there running around in his fucking underwear looking for his license on the ground.
Keep going, keep going. I want to see if you're still there.
But yeah, he used to be one of the camera operators, but then they had creative differences, I guess, and Paul
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
didn't get along with him anymore.
Almost.
Because right now the camera's on, it looks like it might be on auto.
Yeah,
don't
normally,
think-
yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is right now because it seemed to stay on that ship pretty good.
Yeah,
Here
but
we go.
no,
Here
when
we
the
go.
ships are
An
coming
auto
through,
follow.
yeah, when the ships are coming through, someone takes
Truck's
off
still there.
manually.
There he is.
Yeah.
But when it's not, they just press it and goes back to auto.
There he is. Watch. Does he look
There
like
he
he's
is, yeah. Come on, zoom in.
Yeah, there's his truck down there.
Zoom in.
Now why is he
zoom
going to
in.
the other car?
There's somebody was parked in his spot. He's in the big white SUV.
What's
Yeah,
he doing?
probably
Bitching
gonna
at him for
say,
parking
why are
his
you in
spot?
my spot?
All of a sudden, he's just seeing pop a tire and run.
Yeah.
And gets in his
I
truck.
think he's
speeds
keying
off.
the thing.
Yeah. He's over there running the drone down the side of the car with the props on.
Hey, we do this. Look, when he comes back and says, "Man, we saw that ship leave a long time ago. What's the matter? You stop and talk to somebody?" I'm gonna say somebody must have been in your spot, huh?
Zoom in.
Why?
Zoom in.
Well, I would do that. Watch. I'm gonna say you must have stopped and talked to somebody. Bet you somebody was in your spot and you were bitching them up.
See, technically, Randy, if you lived down by where Paul lived, like if you lived in Paul's house, you would probably be comfortable enough to just throw the drone up and fly it over to the river from the house and take
It's
your
only
shot and come
3,000
back.
feet to the river. But
But Paul-
Paul can't do that because he got 180-foot trees all through there.
Yeah, that's what he claimed. They were 80 foot.
180-foot trees.
And the tallest
That means
tree.
they're about 12 foot.
Yeah, what did I say? We looked at the record and the tallest tree was like 200 and something feet.
Yeah, but I think the tallest in that area is about 45, 60 feet.
Yeah.
Look at that old car. Look. That's nice.
No, the drones, especially like the Air 3S and a lot of the newer drones would have no issue throwing them up in that backyard and flying it over there, taking your shot and coming right back. You wouldn't even have to
I'd do the
drive down
Mavic
there.
3. I'd do the
Yeah,
Mavic 3 from there as long as I knew I'd keep connection. I'd rather the Air 3S because of the difference in OcuSync 4.
Oh, I guarantee you an Air 2 or a Mini 2 could probably do it without a lot of issues. I did.
That's a nice score.
I took the Mini 2 out more than almost 2 miles multiple times before it started breaking up.
But did you do it 5 miles?
Nah, not that far.
Okay.
The water tower I
look,
used to
Cut
fly
off
to
beetle
back
bug
in,
over there. Look at that.
the water tower I
Thank you,
used to
Five.
fly to back in the day was right under 1.5 miles away from my house, and I used to fly it from my house, and I could see the top of it, and I would go around and come back, and I never really had any breakup issues. Every once in a while, I might have glitched for a second, but
Hey, Justin. When Paul comes back, I'm gonna do that. I said, what took you so long? That shit's been going. Either stop for donuts or somebody was in your parking space. You must have been bitching them up.
oh yeah, somebody's manually controlling the camera. They just followed a Volkswagen plug around the building.
Then you got another Volkswagen over this way a little bit. That's the yellow one, but it's cut off. It's made it look like it's a truck in the back.
Yeah,
That yellow one right there.
Randy
It's cut
said
down. It's got a bed like a truck.
Randy said the camera guy's got taste. Well, you got to think too. 90% of the time, when the ships aren't there, there's nothing to look at. Like you're literally just looking at this. I mean, that's all you can do is zoom in on people, zoom in on different cars you see that are interesting. Yeah, there's definitely somebody controlling the camera. Now, that's an expensive ass camera too. We looked it up a couple years back when it was like a $30,000 camera or some shit. But I guarantee you, Stream Time Live has paid for that camera at least 3 times already. With the amount of subscriptions they get and the views they get on their channels, insane. If you go to their live chat, dude, there's a shit ton of people in there with subscriptions.
There's 255 people watching at the moment.
Here you go. Here you go. Look at that white building in the middle. You see that white building in the middle? You see that tree? That's the tree he hit with the drone. He was the height of that tree going over all those houses over there. Because he was going sideways into that tree. Now he may have been in over the water going sideways into it, but that's the tree he hit right next to that building.
Oh, there might be now, Jody, but that thing also has that self-cleaning bulb thing on it too. If it gets water, it spins around real fast, cleans the camera off. But I would have to agree with you. The resolution on that camera kind of sucks, to be honest. Like even watching it on YouTube straight from my computer, it can be very grainy at times. Even when you
could
put
be
it,
just the internet, you know, their
not
connection.
mine, not my.
I mean,
oh yeah, theirs.
Because I got fiber. It could be. It's probably theirs.
Because I'll put it on the highest resolution, and sometimes it still looks really grainy.
Now I got a question. Why would 260 people want to watch this right now?
Yeah.
Dude, it will be like that. That's the thing, though. It's like that all fucking day. It's just there's 200-300 people in there all day long. And like I said, look, and you'll see tons of people with subscriptions to the channel.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're making money.
They got 292,000 subscribers.
Yeah, especially Randy. When it zooms in, it looks really bad. Yeah, the camera's not that great when it zooms in.
You're getting all kind of fluctuation in it right now. Breakup.
Ken says all the Stream Time Live cams have a 30-second delay. It's a heat dome. I don't know. Paul told us that it spins around and cleans off the camera. The bulb thing. I don't know. I don't know a lot about that camera. I'll just go by what I'm looking at. Because a couple weeks ago, it did this weird thing where you saw it like do this weird jerking shit, and Paul said it was the thing cleaning off the water. And like Gitchy said, dude, there's people in all kinds of
Yeah, look at the zoom there.
Like when you consider a weird hobby, there's a lot of people that have them.
I'm gonna cut
Yeah.
my toenails and do a loop on that and just leave it running. See if they watch it.
Look, I wouldn't be surprised if there's not a Toilet Papers fan club out there somewhere. They just sit and talk about toilet paper all day. Like you can find a club for or group of people for any type of hobby that you want to consider.
Now, I'm concerned. I'm actually concerned now about him not being back. The reason I'm saying that is because he never takes the case out of the back until he gets home.
From the cameras we looked up, now this was a couple of years ago, Randy, they look like a glass bulb, I think. And that's where he said it spun around to keep the water off of it. I don't know. I mean, there's guys out there that love trains, dude. I used to watch these guys sit on the side of the railroad tracks and just videotape trains all day. That was
Yeah, I
their
see
hobby.
people do that all the time.
Yeah. But like what you consider boring or dumb, there's people that love it. They
Yep.
might think the same thing about what you like to do, you know?
Like a bad penny, I turn up sooner or later.
Oh, we watched
Man,
it
you
all
took a long
another day.
time. That shit's been gone a long time.
Well, I had some nice people that were next to me.
Yeah, the ones who keyed the
You
Yeah.
must
car.
have had
Yeah.
somebody in your parking space you was bitching at.
She programmed my phone for me
Oh, great.
because marine traffic, it won't work on my phone anymore. So there's a both something that she programmed onto my phone, and then she moved the icon. And they're older folks, and
Did
just
you
such
feel
nice people.
Did you feel bad after keying their car for parking in your spot?
What?
I said, did
Somebody
you feel
must have parked in your spot, Paul, and you got mad and bitched them out.
No. They were just nice.
there were scammers down there? Yeah, we're from Microsoft
They
support.
knew my father, and they knew my grandfather, and
Hey, Paul, they had your phone in their car?
yeah.
Did they tell you they
They-
were from Microsoft support?
They scan the phone and check your bank account.
Well, I don't have any money in the bank account. What the hell?
So they got all your passwords out of your phone watch. They cloned it.
Now, these people are like in their 70s.
Hey, that doesn't mean nothing. Clint Eastwood played a mule in a movie. He's old.
Ken said, stirring the pot again, Joe.
Here, I'll show you the app that she put on my phone.
Yeah, that's the app so they can get in your phone.
That's right. It's any
They got you
desktop.
now.
It's called Boat Watch right there.
Okay.
Because every time I hit marine traffic, it says not available, not available. Try again, try again.
They might have removed the app.
They could have.
Let me see if it's available on the App Store. Let me look.
Well, let's see. Write this down. Next couple of days, when everything in Paul's is compromised, we know why.
Well, I thought that was your job to compromise Paul.
Now,
Nope.
marine traffic is still on the. It's still an active app on the App Store.
Did you tap on it?
No, I didn't download it. I'm just.
Well, you
I'm
got it
on-
down. You got it, but see when,
Well, if it's on the App Store, it's active, Paul.
Yeah, it's an active app. It's showing that it's active.
You might need to update yours.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Maybe he didn't update it in the App
okay,
Store.
so here, let me show you what it does.
Watch
There
go
it
right
is
to-
right there.
Watch it go to the main screen. Watch.
What's it
Okay.
say?
Walter.
Hold on. Looks like it's loading.
Shouldn't take that
And
long
the,
to
and
load.
right there it's saying it's got an exclamation point. Could not connect. Tap and try again. You can tap and try again all you want. It won't work.
Hmm. Fucking Randy.
See if you can update it. That might be what it needs. Might be an update.
Well, how would I do that?
Go to the App Store.
How do I do that?
Oh, you tell them.
Now you started this.
I don't know how to do it on Android. Google Play.
Do I go to Google?
Google Play.
See here,
Where's
I
that?
got Google. I got Google up right there.
Now type in Google Play. Yeah, I did start it.
Play, Play.
Uh-huh. It's the Play Store, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, and it comes up Google Play. Google Play download apps on Google Play.
Yeah, type
Yep.
in stream, whatever that's called, the app.
Well, he could
Well,
go
green
to your picture up at the top corner
Yeah.
and then click it. Go down to manage apps and devices.
Well, I don't have a picture. It's got a P up there.
That's fine. That's
That's
fine.
it.
Click on that.
Yeah, an icon.
Go to manage apps and devices,
Okay.
Oh,
And tap
and
that.
then go down to where it says apps. You see where it says applications, updating apps.
Nope.
Go over to manage at the top. You see that at the top? Manage.
Nope. It says home, personal info, data, and privacy.
Went too far.
Right, who set him off?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Dominic.
Google
Yeah.
Play Store on the iPhone store.
Darn.
Hour and 32 minutes. What's that going to be?
Did you find it, Paul?
No.
142.
Okay.
Well, anyway, she loaded Boat Watch for me, and Boat Watch does the same thing. It's got all the different places
See.
on the lakes.
So you go
Yeah,
up
watch,
here,
Paul. Watch.
you go up here, click on your picture. You go to manage apps and devices. And then it will say updating apps. Or you can go over to manage. And then you can click all of them. And then it will have a thing up here. It will say
Yeah, you see where it says updates available. If you click that one, it'll tell you all the apps that have got updates.
Right. Like right now, I got a bunch of apps updating.
Oh, you've
Okay.
not updated your OnlyFans for a while.
I already updated it. I update that every day to make sure my money's coming in.
I don't have anything like what you're showing me.
Yeah, you do.
You know what? I
When
wonder
you
if
hit that
Paul-
little icon with the P on it, the first thing up there is gonna say apps, manage apps. It's on every Google device.
It's exactly the same. Because you can update all your apps simultaneously instead of just doing one at a time.
So it's got App Store, Play Store app.
Store.
Play
You're not in
Store
the right
apps.
place.
Explore Google Play apps. Find the apps you need. Find free and minimum apps. Blah blah blah.
I wonder if he even updated to the latest Android.
Got nothing to do with that.
No, he's not in the same place you were at. When he hits that button, the first thing should pop up is that manage apps. and he's not going, for some reason, he says it's not there, he's going past it.
It's not there. But it is what it is.
Pack it in.
Yeah, because
I-
you gotta keep your apps and everything and your software and all that up to date, otherwise things won't work. And the main problem he might be having is if the app isn't working, it could be because he's on the older Android. If he hadn't updated it.
Could be.
I don't know if he's updated his actual software because they just went to Android 15 and they updated the security software to 7.0. And any of the really good apps are going to keep up with that stuff. And that's actually the app that he was using is actually a very highly rated app if you go to the App Store and look at it.
Okay. Well, it's getting that time
All
to
right,
go
Berto.
over and set myself up for Uncle Bill.
I'll catch you later.
Later,
Wow.
Dominic.
Okay, Dominic, say hello to everybody for us.
Yep, I'll drop out.
No, don't
Good
do that.
night.
Did you guys see that ship as it went by?
Yep. We watched you fly around.
We heard somebody fart on it as well.
Clouds finally cleared out.
I'm uploading the video now.
Oh yeah, we watched you fly around the whole ship and everything. We saw your drone.
Oh, did they show my drone?
Yeah, we could see it. We saw when you took off from the ground, you popped up into the frame.
Ah, boy, it was a traffic jam getting out of there because everybody was down there watching it.
Paul, did they ever figure out what that shooting was down there that one night?
No,
I remember that.
yep, no,
Oh.
they didn't.
When Paul calls me on the phone and wanted me to rip the video from Stream Time Live, because I mean you could hear it clear as day, like 4 shots go off.
Pop,
Oh, pop,
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 yep.
pop. And then everybody starts, like the cars all start hauling ass and people are running down the sidewalks.
Yep.
Yeah, it was clear as day. It was a fucking 4 gunshots. Very distinctive. And the cops wanted a copy of Stream Time Live, but nobody from there could seem to figure out how to pull their own video. And I sent Paul the clip, and I'd never heard nothing about it after that.
No, it never made the news here.
Yeah, I don't know what happened with that. The Stream
That
Time
old
Live.
call backfiring.
No, dude, it was clear as day gunshots. I sat and listened to it a bunch of times. And the way people were running and cars were hauling ass, because what it was is there was a bunch of cars that were having like a little meetup down there in the middle of the night.
Oh yeah, that was bad right there.
And then all of a sudden you hear the 4 shots, everybody jumps in their car, starts hauling ass. And you see people running down the sidewalks. Yeah, they knew what it was. All those people were there. But the cops wanted a copy of it. They got a hold of Paul wanting a copy of the Stream Time Live video because he reported it. And then Stream Time Live, none of the people from there could seem to figure out how to rip a fucking video from their own YouTube channel. So Paul called me. I ripped the piece of footage they needed because Stream Time Live only saves up to 12 hours of footage.
Yeah.
And before it deletes. And I sent it to him. He sent it off to the guy, and I never heard nothing back from the cops about it. That was a couple years ago. That was a while back.
Yeah, it was more than a couple of years, wasn't it?
It was at least 2 years ago. Because you've been streaming on your own for about 3 years now.
Yep.
Because I actually was looking at some other channels and I saw that Canadian Drone Hub, he had live streamed in 2 years now. It's his last live stream. So yeah, you've been live streaming for at least 3 years. So how many ships you get today?
5.
6.
5?
Yeah.
What'd you do, Joe? You just went down to the water and recorded a bunch of boats in the water, or what?
Yeah, I went back by Fairview Park in the back there. They have a new dock they built back there, cement walkway where you could fish from, and the boats go right through there. So I just flew right. I had like 14 boats, four party boats, police boat, and a bunch of jet skis.
Mm.
So I just kept going back and forth around them, getting one at a time or 2 at a time, whatever I could get.
Nice.
It's a nice place if you want to get a lot of boats, especially on a weekend, like say Memorial Day. You might have
Mhm.
50 boats go through in 18 minutes right there. Because Memorial Day, I guarantee I'm gonna be out somewhere around there because there's gonna be so many boats out.
Oh yeah, when I used to work for the gas company, there was a little secret spot I used to go park out under one of the bridges under 17.
Yeah.
And one of the connecting waterways for the chain of lakes where the boats go through was down there. And I used to get people coming by in boats. About every 2 minutes, a boat would come through there and they'd wave at me. And I'd sit down there and eat my lunch.
Well, that's like underneath I-12 overpass, where the Chifunk River meets it. If you're right there, they have it's wide open. They could go fast. They can speed. They don't have to. It's not a no wake zone, so they can fly through there. So if you're paying attention, especially on like a day with a lot of boats, you might get 6 or 7 of them just cruising through. Maybe more than that,
Yeah.
and they're hauling.
The cool thing is here is like I don't even know how many lakes are in the chain of lakes, but the chain of lakes, there's some lakes that aren't connected, but there's a vast majority of them that are connected by little canals that you can drive your boat through. So you can go from
Yeah.
lake to lake, and some of the lakes are really big. And some of the lakes have restaurants right off the piers. You can hook up your boat and walk right up to the restaurant. There's a seafood place you can actually pull your boat up to, and they have almost like a drive-through window for boats. You can get food right through the window.
Nice.
Like the lake that's next to our house isn't
Don't
one
know
of the
that
connecting lakes. That one, there's a public boat ramp you have to go to if you want to put your boat in there. Or you have to have a house on the lake. Right across the street from the house.
Quiet dog.
What are you talking about, Randy? Oh, Jake Paul's fighting again tonight. Yeah, dude, that dude's such a fucking fool of himself.
Not a lot of people out and about.
Yeah, you look like you were a lot closer to that ship than you are. Got kind of close.
Yeah, see, he wasn't nearly as close as it looked like on the camera.
No, but watch, he's letting it run down. When he came around the back of the ship, he got close. Watch. And then he pulled back.
No, it's going away from me, and I'm just sitting up in the air. That turned out pretty good. Pretty good.
But is it funny?
No.
I usually put something out for Memorial Day, but I have nothing to put up.
What do you mean put out?
A video like something to do with, I did last year. I did it at the military playground, the cemetery. I did I flew over all the flags in it.
Oh,
And
yeah,
Memorial,
yeah.
that was 2 years ago. Then last year I did it over did it at the Capitol. I don't feel like driving to Baton Rouge to do it.
Did you get at least get a window flag for your car?
No.
I got one from Walmart, and I realized I couldn't use it because the shades I put on the windows it won't work because I can't roll the window all the way up without breaking the shades. So
Yeah. I was looking to see if I had the footage from those other two that I flew. I was going to take a combination of all of them, you know what I mean? But I didn't keep the files. Because usually when I do a video, I don't keep the files. I don't need them. Some of them I do, some of them I don't. I wish I'd have kept the files of the one at the cemetery. Because I had enough footage on that and enough footage with the ones at the Capitol that I could have put a little 1.5 minute video, 2 minute video up. That would have been perfect.
Get you
I already
said you
had
have
exactly what I was going to do.
Get you said you have a local parade, don't you? Do
No,
that.
no, don't.
Joe is the local parade.
He's the unofficial parade marshal.
We got parades for everything but that. Can't believe I cannot believe I could go through and take the 2 videos I made and clip it and take pieces out of it and do it. Because it is in 4K. It's shocking that I don't have these. I didn't keep at least one of them. Nope, don't have. And with that idea, let's see if I can do it the other way.
Okay, what I did was I just typed in marine traffic,
Uh-huh.
and it says, "Do you want?" And I loaded it.
Does it work?
Yep.
So you had to update it.
So now what I got to figure out is where is it?
I'm out.
Okay, so when I tap on marine traffic on here, it comes up.
There you go.
So that's what it needed, was an update, right?
Yep. I want to know how you went back in there and did that.
Well, I just
Just
went
now.
to the Google and typed in marinetraffic.com and hit enter. And it showed marinetraffic.com and then it said load it. and load it. Cool, cool, cool. You guys are just so helpful. I'll tell you. Everybody, if anybody has a question that has to do with the computers or cell phones, you get a hold of Captain Joe or you get a hold of Justin. And David
Oh,
might
I
even
don't
help
know.
a little bit too.
I don't know nothing about
Piss
cell
off! I'm
phones.
the one that always
I don't
helps.
know nothing.
I know nothing about cell phones. I've never even owned one.
See,
You've never had a cell phone?
No, I don't even know what that is. It's new to
see,
me.
this
What-
is
what's
what
a cell
normally
phone?
happens, Paul. You have a problem, and Justin and Joe try to help you, and everybody shouts over the top, and it's this all slangy match up there. And then afterwards, I used to be able to ring you on Facebook and go, just press the any key,
Yeah.
and it would work. The only problem is you don't have Facebook no more, so I can't help.
No, I don't have Facebook.
Well, he does. He just can't get on it.
Thank God. Thank you guys. You guys don't know how I've been fretting that for about 3 or 4 days now.
No, we do. We know.
So Justin, what have you been up to?
Do what?
What have you been up to?
Nothing really.
It's a Saturday. Is a classy broad today.
What did you have for dinner?
Sarah made pulled like chicken sandwiches.
Oh, cold
Sure.
chicken sandwiches. I thought
No,
maybe
no. Pulled chicken sandwiches, kind of like pulled pork,
Oh, pulled pork. Oh,
but it
okay.
was chicken, not
Yeah, pulled
pork.
chicken for
Barbecue. It was good.
Were they just on bread or was it on rolls?
You having fun there, Mark?
Hamburger buns.
You having fun there?
Why?
It just looks like you're staring at the ceiling.
I'm looking at the telly.
Yeah, on YouTube it looks like you're looking up at Captain Joe.
Gitchy's talking to you, Joe.
Yeah, I don't know of any. I gotta look.
Go
They
to
got something at the
the
lakefront. I went by the lakefront today and they are setting up something. So it might be.
My phone's just at a slight angle so it can see.
I'll check it tomorrow. But what I want to do is I just want to find something with flags and just kind of do something like that and blend it. I'm gonna play with the videos I've already shot and see if I could just clip some stuff out of it and get it to do what I want. I might be able to. No. Oh Lord, Uncle Bill talking about last weekend again.
What happened last weekend?
No, he went to the graduation. And now he's gonna show it again today.
Remember, he was on your show when he was at his brother's house.
Yeah, it was at his brother's house, but
Not,
Yeah.
no, let me rephrase that. His brother's mini mansion.
Yeah. He showed it
Yeah,
all.
it's like the South Florida drone meetup. They're gonna talk about it again.
yeah, his brother must have some money, huh?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Got something.
Yeah, didn't he say his brother was a contractor or something for one of the
He got money.
I think he's a contractor for like one of the military contracting companies, like Northrop Grumman or something like that.
No, it
Well,
begins with an E, I think.
well, I'm just saying, I was using that as an example. It's one of
Yeah.
the, because there's 5 major
He's,
military contractors.
I think he said he's an executive director.
Yeah. Because there used to be over 100 different military contracting companies, but they've all consolidated into 5 of them now.
They seem to specialize in electronics.
I mean, there's some smaller ones out there still that are doing other projects, but your 5 major ones are obviously like Boeing, Northrop Grumman, those guys.
Apparently, he used to work for that one, but then moved to this one.
I mean, that's what one of my uncles did when he retired out of the army. He had like 25 or 30 years in. And he retired as E9, and he got a job with one of those companies, and one of the 5 big ones. And yeah, he makes over 6 figures a year. Because they want somebody that can talk the military slang when they're trying to sell weaponry and stuff, or negotiate contracts and stuff. So if you're somebody that's been 15 years or probably longer, you could get a job with them pretty easily. But definitely the higher the rank and the longer you were in, easier it is for you to get money or to get into a
Ed.
job with them.
It's Ed, isn't it? Yeah.
To be it.
There he
Ed.
is.
Like a lot of times you'll see like ex-generals and shit on their board of directors and shit.
Good evening, guys.
Hey, how you doing, Ed?
Good, good. Guys? Ed. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. How about you?
Good, 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 good. Why are you 3 hours late? I was out with my family. I just got back from dinner, and
How dare
now I'm
you
sitting
have
on my
family
deck.
time? How dare you have family time when Paul Murray's live? Jeez.
Yes. So the 6 biggest ones are Lockheed Martin, Boeing, General Dynamics, Northrop Grumman, and Raytheon Technologies. And then you have BAE Systems, which is British.
No, it was none of them.
Well, those are the 5 of them are American, and then the one was British. Then you got Thales. I don't know who that is.
No.
Leidos and Leonardo. I have no idea what countries those are from.
No, it was none of them. Leonardo.
Yeah, it might be a smaller company that's doing work. But out of the top 6, the U.S. holds the 4 top spots, and BAE Systems holds the 5th, which is you guys.
Like
And then Raytheon holds number 6.
British Aerospace.
Yeah, and then Raytheon has number 6. So we got the top 4 spots in the number 6 spot, and you guys have the number 5th spot.
Stepdad used to work for BAE
Mm.
at Salisbury.
Samsbury. Yeah, one of my mates works there.
Yeah, it's a massive place on the edge of Preston.
Yeah.
Good.
He worked on the Eurofighter.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Leotis or whatever, however you pronounce that. That's actually an American company. They got the 9th spot. Who's this one? Okay, the French have the 8th spot. And I don't have any idea what company. Oh, headquarters is in Rome. Guess Leonardo is out of Rome.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So we actually have.
So if you have top 4 and we have the 5th, that makes Team U the 6th.
And that would make Portugal number 1.
But out of the top 9 biggest, we have 6 of them as far as defense contractors.
Well, you're not surprised as you're the biggest defense spender in the world.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I'm not sure why though, because we gave you the country. We didn't want it.
No.
You know it's bad when the British give it up. Do you guys know if the US are paying anything towards the islands off the coast of Mauritius? Up to what?
For what?
Well, there's a US, British and US military base that's
Yeah, that's Diego Gracia.
yeah.
Oh,
they've,
yeah.
We've
Diego
just
Garcia.
we've just given it back, all the islands back apart from that one, and we're renting it for £101 million a year.
They're actually part of the Seychelles.
Yeah, but we're renting it back at £101 million a year for 99 years.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't hear nothing about that.
My ex's mother was from Diego Garcia.
They sure as shit ain't gonna give up that main island, though. I'll tell you that. That's too
No,
big
that's
of a
what
military
that's
strategic
what I'm
point.
saying. They've agreed that the British and Americans can use it for 99 years with an extra 40 years on top, if needed.
Well, in all reality, if America didn't want to leave, there ain't nobody gonna force them out of there.
Mm.
That's just like, I mean, if you look at like Cuba, right? If Cuba really wanted us to leave and we were like, no, we just said no, what would Cuba do? There would be nothing they could do, you know? Granted, we probably wouldn't do that, but you know.
The thing is, though, it's under British control. The whole island is under British control. We could tell you guys to fuck off at any time. We won't, but we could.
Well, you guys gave up a lot of territories after World War II.
Yeah, we keep giving up things.
Well, the Seychelles was originally French, and then it went to the English, and now it's an independent state.
You know, always puzzles me, right? When Laura's having conversations, she come near the door and started talking about carrying a dead body. Like, what the fuck? I think she's talking about a game.
Yeah, like that one guy that was from the Indian Army, he was from their special forces. Yeah, this guy right here. He was talking about America versus India. That's pretty interesting. Hold on, let me.
India and American military comparison अगर करना हो तो
इक्विपमेंट वाइज तो दे आर फार बेटर देन अस।
इक्विपमेंट हमारे पास क्या नहीं है।
हमारे पास जो C-17 ग्लोब मास्टर्स हैं हमने अमेरिका से ही लिए हैं। हमारे पास 10 या 11 हैं, जो अमेरिका के पास 260 हैं। दैट काइंड ऑफ ब्लडी प्रॉयस कहाँ से तुम लड़ोगे? वो लड़ाइयाँ ही सारी बाहर लड़ते हैं। 20 साल से अफगानिस्तान में बैठे हुए सारे ड्रोन्स, रीपर, ड्रोन वॉरफेयर सारी निकलती है। कहाँ से आता है सब? लॉकहीड मार्टिन उधर की है, बोइंग उधर का है, नॉर्थमैन ग्रूमन उधर की है, सारी इंडस्ट्रीज पूरा वेपन उधर। अगर तुमको हेलमेट एक चाहिए 4 होगी, उनकी मोनोकुलर ही 1.65 लाख की है। दे आर फकिंग गुड मैन। इक्विपमेंट तो इट्स जॉ ड्रॉपिंग इक्विपमेंट।
Yeah, I watched that dude's interview. I had to watch it with the translation on because India, they tend to go back and forth between English, so you can understand some of it. But it was really interesting. He was from the Indian Special Forces, and he was talking about training with the American military. And he hands down said if we got into it, he goes, we'd get our asses kicked. He goes, we just don't have the military equipment. So I said, population doesn't really matter, I guess, in war. It's all about tactics.
The problem is wars are changing now. They're not being fought with soldiers and stuff. It's
No,
all
it's all online. It's all digital now.
yeah.
I mean, we're pretty much in a virtual World War III all the time. It's just the average public doesn't see it on a day-to-day basis because it doesn't affect the only time it affects them is when a power grid gets hacked or something like that, right? Like
Yeah.
that's the only time they notice it. But you got like Space Force, all these, the NSA, CIA, these guys are fighting a constant cyber warfare all the time. I mean, even like the company or the agency Corey works for in Canada, probably the same thing. Constantly battling these guys,
There you go, Justin. I clipped it and got my thing. I'm gonna have a 1 minute 40-second video of the combination of the other two. I just clipped them perfect. I don't have to go fly.
Gitchy wants to know why everybody's boycotting Tim Hortons in Canada. Ed said it's trending on X right now. What's
The
going
what?
on up there? I
What's
guess
that?
everybody's boycotting Tim Hortons. She said it's trending on X right now.
No,
Oh,
I
you're
haven't.
boycotting Tim Hortons?
No, bro. I make my own coffee at home.
Me too.
No.
It's a lot less expensive.
Yeah, bro. A cup of coffee is here.
Oh, Corey put in a link, and apparently they've been purchased by some venture capitalist from
Oh,
overseas, and he has a plan to change Tim Hortons.
Oh, I haven't.
well, you
I
in
haven't
trouble
heard
now,
that.
Paul.
I haven't heard that.
Take it over, Laura.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but there's a lot of franchise though. How would they be able to do that?
Wait, hold on. This can't be real, Corey. Hold on. Okay,
He's just trying to pull my leg, right?
I don't know. Hold on. Watch this.
Tim Hortons has been acquired by venture capitalist Anil Singh, a billionaire from New Delhi who has new plans for the brand. In a statement released from Anil's investment firm Vagine Ventures, it mentioned that first order of business will be changing the franchise's name from Tim
Well, there-
Hortons to
you know what?
Hortons. Also, in the press release from Vagine Ventures, Anil stated, "This is an ode to the original creator Tim Horton, as well as Indian culture. We are also excited to add signature dishes from India to the menu."
Oh God!
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Canadians
can use this
rallied
toast.
behind the decision of the rebrand, seeing this as a progressive change to the current demographic shift of the country.
We're Canadian, we're multicultural, but come on.
If we're going to their country,
Why
They
did
were making Boston creams, new kind.
right? They should do the same thing here.
Richard Toucher, BC News.
Teddy.
Oh God, that must be.
Did you hear
like-
his name?
Yeah,
Eddie.
that's a Canadian version of freaking.
Yeah. He said his name was Richard Toucher.
Hey,
Yeah, it's a Canadian version of the Onion News.
get over.
Fuck.
Come on. Say bye.
It's a Taj Hortons.
Taj Mahal.
No.
Corey says a certain country are taking over Timmy's. They only hire them. The service sucks. They came here abusing the student immigration.
Well, yeah, here.
So is part of that actually true, or and that was just a comedy skit about it, or what? I'm confused.
It's not hard to confuse you.
Here
Well,
where I live, there's lots. All Tim Hortons, you barely see a white person.
Well, I know it's not that. It's just I'm wondering if that's.
No, I
Oh.
know what it is.
Think
No.
about it.
I can't see them making the food like that, bro.
No, not. I know that news story wasn't real, but I'm wondering if
Right.
that was a comedy sketch off of something really that's going on.
No, right. The real reason, right? The franchisee owner, PEI, is evicting tenants from its other businesses, hotels, yeah, to put in migrants. Apparently, it's another far right bullshit trying to take over Canada, full of crap bollocks. Yeah, because everyone knows Tim Hortons don't fucking have hotels. But you're going to get people that believe it.
Well, if it's a franchise owner that owns other businesses, they're just
No,
tying that to
it's
them.
the guy that owns Tim Hortons under the PEI brand.
Oh, so they're talking about his other businesses he owns on the side.
Yeah, but he doesn't own any hotels.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, he could be part of Tim Hortons and still own other companies.
Well, yeah, but it even says in the article he doesn't actually physically own any hotels. Yeah. And it says they're evicting tenants out of these hotels. Evicting tenants? What? Because people are renting and living in hotels for life?
Actually, that's a
some of
thing
the-
over here.
Some of the shops in the hotels are rented.
Yeah, because a tenant could be anybody from a business person,
No,
like
well,
over
no.
here.
Think about it again, right? It's not going to be evicting shop owners, right? Because it's to put migrants in there. What migrants is he going to put in a shop?
Right, but all I'm saying is the wording over
we've got
here.
a lot of them.
Well, what I'm saying is over here, the wording would be a tenant could be anybody from renting a business
Oh,
space
yeah. I
to
get
somebody
that.
renting an apartment.
No.
They don't say shop owners; they'll say a tenant of that particular property.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's more of that far right bullshit that goes around.
Like I said, I don't know the whole backstory.
Like the one over here many years ago where Tesco's refused to serve a military personnel, yeah, but because he didn't have any ID, but then would served an Asian man who didn't have ID as well, right? And everybody jumped on the bandwagon, slagging Tesco's off. We're boycotting Tesco's, until you realise Tesco's don't own a store on Goodge Street in London, nor does anyone else, because Goodge Street is full of medical places.
I don't know the backstory of that whole story. So,
And then once Tesco's came out and confirmed they never had a store on that street, because for the first couple of weeks, Tesco's was like, we're not discussing it, trying to do the PR fucking cover-up shit. Yeah. And then they come out and said, we don't own a store on Goodge Street. It got changed to Sainsbury's doing it, and then it died away. But I already know there's definitely no supermarket on Goodge Street because that's where I go for the MRI scans for the epilepsy. And it pisses me off. I have to walk about a mile to get food afterwards.
well, it seems like what Corey's saying is people that aren't from Canada. What I'm taking from what he wrote is people that aren't from Canada are buying Tim Horton franchises, and they're only hiring the people of their culture, I guess.
Yes. Yes.
Well, that's disgusting. You know, a British person buying a franchisee of Canadian Tim Hortons, but not employing no Canadians over here.
That's what's happening.
It's a franchisee. They should be able to employ whoever they want.
But that's what's happening over here, though.
Yeah, but you're saying it would be like if you opened a British company in Britain and then told everybody from Britain you can't work here. That's what he's saying.
That's not happening.
So that's what Corey was kind of explaining. That's the backstory of what's going on. Apparently, people are moving to Canada that aren't from there, buying up Tim Hortons, whether they be Indian, whatever culture they're from, and then they're only hiring the people from like their neighborhood.
That's like all these people coming over here and buying up houses in London, yeah, and forcing people out of London, yeah, because the people of London can't afford the rents, yeah, but yet these migrants that have come over here with no money can afford them. Fucking bullshit.
Although you guys do have the high, don't you guys have? You guys are on the list for the highest energy costs too, aren't you?
Yeah,
I think.
one of the highest, although it is going down next week.
But I've seen the cost of living
No.
in London. It's like living in New York City. Fuck that.
It's going down 7% in July.
Is it July? I thought it was June.
Yeah, but if you're on the highest of the list for the entire Western world, that's not that much.
It pretty well is. It's saving us £101 a year. Every penny counts.
No, I mean that's a reduction, of course, and you are going to save some money. But
Yeah, but what our problem is, right?
But they got to figure out why your energy.
No, you're not. You
Right?
don't need
Oh,
that right
no,
now.
I can already tell you
so
why our why our
You know,
prices are so high.
When we
Because
get
the
that frozen
government
fruit,
do tax on it.
It's got nothing to do with that
eat.
either. You have to look
when
at
we
it
get that frozen
properly.
fruit, huh?
All these people jump
In a
in and
little
go,
while.
"Oh, it's this." Look at
In a
the
little while.
look at it properly, right? British Gas is owned by Centrica, right? EDF is owned by the French government, right? So no matter what taxes our government put on it, yeah, then the French government and Spanish government put their taxes on it, right? And we have to pay that. If we actually took control, our government got off its ass and took control of our fucking resources again and stopped bloody farming them out to foreign countries, we'd be okay.
You guys just need to be more energy independent yourselves. Is what you're
It's
saying.
all Maggie Thatcher. This what we're facing today, what everyone doesn't realise, it's got nothing to do with what's going on today. Our current government is not the problem. It's what happened with the milk snatcher, Maggie Thatcher. Yeah? When she's privatised the fucking energy companies and, everything.
Yeah, but
And
it sounds
now-
like you guys are importing most of your energy, and that's why you're paying
No.
such high prices.
We're not importing our energy is made here. We actually export energy on a grand scale. The problem is the companies that own the energy companies here that are making it here, yeah, because they bought them all up, are owned by the French and Spanish government. So like EDF, PowerGen and all them, they're all foreign owned. Right? So it's them foreign companies, yeah, they can charge what they want. Yeah. Our government can't do jack shit about it because if our government turn around and say, you can't charge that, they go, well, we're turning the power station off then. And our government would then have to forcefully take it back. Which would obviously then cause a stink. We're being bent over backwards and shafted by the fucking French and Spanish.
Don't forget the Scottish Power.
It's not, yeah, but Scottish Power is owned by a Dutch company.
Oh, God.
Well, it's saying, I was looking it up. It says that in 2022, you guys were importing 37% of its primary energy, but it was a decrease from nearly 50% in the early 2000s.
Yeah, but you're forgetting one slight thing. We've got more power stations come online now, right?
Yeah,
in
but not all your.
2022, we was actually closing them down. Now
but
we've
not-
started them, but also what it doesn't tell you is, right, our oil reserves that we actually drill, right, doesn't go into our national grid like it should. Yeah. The companies like Shell and BP, they keep it, right, and sell it off abroad, right? So our country does not benefit from that. Bit like your oil under Biden when he started closing it all down. Yeah. Stupid, because now you have to import it, right? We actually sell it cheaper than what we import it. It doesn't make sense. We drill the fucking shit.
Well, see, this is where we run into issues, right? So the oil that we produce, we don't have the refineries to refine it. The other countries around the globe do. So we export it to them. And then the oil that they drill is a slightly different type of oil, which we have the refineries to refine. It's stupid. It makes no sense.
Well, that's what's happening here.
But it also says that you got, majority of your energy imports, it looks like, is oil and gas.
Yeah, we're one of the biggest countries for producing oil and gas.
Yeah, North Sea gas.
It's not just North Sea. Shell and BP own fucking oil fields around the world.
The majority of UK energy imports over 90% of oil and gas, according to the UK government.
Yeah, but we export it before we even fucking, and then import it back. And then we refine it here. Work that out.
I mean, you have BP stations over there, don't you?
Oh yeah. We have BP drills off our coast too.
Yeah.
That's British Petroleum.
Yeah, it's owned by British.
Yeah, the BP is the one that caused that big ass oil leak in the Gulf about 10, 15 years ago. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were the ones that busted that oil connection down at the bottom of the fucking ocean. The bitch leaked into the ocean for what, like good 5 months before they capped it off.
Yeah.
So they were able to figure out how to cap it off. Because no oil company had any technology or a plan in place if that happened. And it took them like 5 months of just, buckling down and trying to figure out a way to cap that bitch. Meantime, it was just pouring out millions of gallons of fucking oil. Oh yeah, BP had to pay out a lot of money for that.
Yeah.
I mean, billions of dollars they ended up paying out for that.
And then we bailed the fuckers out. You see, this is one of the biggest problems over here. We've allowed all our infrastructure to be privatized, our gas, electric, our trains, buses, everything's privatized. Yeah. But when these companies go to the wall, yeah, when these foreign governments go, well, I've had enough now, and just chuck it back, our government have to then bail it out, like we're doing with British Steel, like we've done with the banks, yeah, like we did with a couple of the energy companies. Yeah, we buy them and then we just put them back into the market, back into for franchising. Yeah, under our new government, they're taking it all back now. The rail companies are actually going to be run by the government.
Well, it's like over here during the 2008 crisis,
which
right?
means they won't run.
The reason we bailed the banks out was because they were literally labeled as too big to fail.
Yeah.
And then what was their game plan after that? They bailed them out and then merged all the major banks into just a few and made them even fucking bigger.
Yeah, but we also we privatized our water companies, right, back in the 80s. But when the idea was that all these individual private companies were going to compete amongst each other, yeah, to provide our water, but they didn't. They just bought their little section and went, right, we're going to provide the northwest of England. We're going to provide Yorkshire. So we got like United Utilities, Yorkshire Water, Welsh Water. Yeah. Where we are here, we have Anglian Water and Essex and Suffolk Water. One does our sewerage, yeah, it takes the water away, and one provides the water. And because there's no competing with each other, they've been able to fuck around and not invest in everything. And now Labour have got in and said, oi, enough of this. Yeah. They're all going, oh, we're going to have to up the bills now to invest. They've been upping the bills for years, but because there's no competition, they've been able to get away with it.
It's
And
like,
then yeah, but then we have this idea. We're going to bring in a regulator, like the energy regulator, who's paid for by the energy companies. And why are they going to regulate and say we're going to reduce the bills?
Bones, come here.
Same with the water regulator. Off what? It's paid for by the water companies. They're like, yeah, fuck off.
that's like what I love when people over here say, I'm going to call the Better Business Bureau on you and report you. Go ahead, because they're not a government fucking agency. They're just an agency that was made by a bunch of companies to rate themselves.
Yeah. Well, this is
doesn't
it.
do anything.
But this is the bit over here. It wasn't the companies that brought these regulators in. No, it was the government. But then we franchised the fucking regulators out. It just
like
makes sense.
That was like Countrywide over here was a big bank, investment bank, back in before 08. And that bank, if it would have failed, would have been absolutely devastating because they held over 1.2 trillion in retirements, but they were so over leveraged that like these banks literally got labeled too big to fail. They could not fail. It was then they couldn't, so they had to do capital injections into the banks in order to save them. But the stupid thing is they combined the banks together and made them bigger than they ever fucking were ever in history.
Yep.
And now they're absolutely too big to fail. 100%. They cannot fail. That was when they were doing credit default swaps and all that shit. Yeah.
But it makes me laugh as well. Yeah. Because after the financial crisis, they went, we're going to regulate the banks and we're going to make sure that no one ever loses the money. Okay. But they started that. But over time, this banking regulator that is owned by the banks have reduced it. Now, if a bank goes bust and you've got, like, say, 20 million in there, they only have to give you £86,000 back. What the fuck?
Yeah.
They could just one night just go, let's go into administration. Everybody gets 86,000 and they get the rest.
Oh, we've had regulators over here for years for the banks and Wall Street and everything, and they were absolutely fucking useless. And they were government agencies. They weren't ran by the banks, but they were so heavily influenced. They did absolutely shit. And that's why you had Enron. I mean, you had all these different companies that were pulling scams for years. And did anybody ever go to jail? No.
Yeah. Over here, they're likely to go, you know what? We need to sort out the alcohol problem over here. So we're going to get the local pissheads to run the fucking regulator on alcohol.
That was like that one company. I can't remember what company it was, but the CEO did something and fucked up their books real bad, and they lost a bunch of money. And instead of kicking the guy out the front door and saying you're fired, fuck off, they give him a $200 million severance. Yeah. I'm like, dude, if I did that at a regular job, they'd have fucking called the cops, said I fucking stole money, all this shit, and I'd have got arrested. I wouldn't have got no goddamn severance.
Thing over here, the water companies have just said they need obviously to put up our bills. So the bills have gone up. I think it's something like 18% for some people. Right?
It was supposedly part of a 4-year plan.
Yeah.
And this year is the most expensive rise.
Yeah, 18%. But then the following month, the water companies announced record profits and give their shareholders massive bonuses. Are you taking the piss?
What you doing, Ed?
He's listening to me rant. Because you got me on these regulators.
I'm just sitting here listening to you guys chat.
Hanging out on the porch, huh?
Yeah.
On the deck, bro.
Yep.
Under my canopy, bro.
Oh, okay. You got one of those. All right.
I use X for instant news. I wouldn't use X for anything. It is so one-sided, racist bullshit on there now. Even child porn gets posted on there. You report it and it doesn't get removed. You actually get a violation for reporting it. Fuck that shit.
That's because X really isn't like your standard.
It's not
social
regulated.
media.
It's not done anymore. It's not like it
But
used to be.
that's why so many people like it though, because it's not regulated like Facebook and shit.
Yeah, but the shit that's getting posted on there, I can understand some of it. Freedom of speech, I can understand. Yeah, but if you're going to start posting porn and running scams on there and be unchecked, companies have all moved away from X because they got fed up of all these fake accounts pretending to be the customer service. Yeah, ripping people off.
Did you say porn?
Porn, yeah, there's loads of it on there.
All right, where?
On X.
Have you seen the amount of breastfeeding videos that are on blowing Facebook now?
Oh, come
Yeah,
on, you
because
guys.
Facebook is moving towards more of a X standard of moderating, because Zuckerberg was hated by so many people. And like I said, ever since he started hanging out with what's his name from the UFC and shit, he's completely done a complete 180 on his thinking.
Who, Dana White?
Yeah, because he even put Dana White on his meta board now.
Oh,
He's
wow.
actually on the Facebook board now. Because
I didn't know that.
he started doing jujitsu and stuff with Dana White and the UFC about a year and a half ago. And Dana White kind of got this in his head, like, you need to be more open to freedom of speech and not censoring one side. And he's done a complete 180 now.
Yeah, I can understand that, but there is some things that are getting posted that he's, really needs to be checked, and using fucking AI. I don't want to see this shit. Right? I want to, like Gitchy says, you can see worldwide news. Right? But you see things like the plane crash the other day. Right? I went on X for that, and there were pictures of fucking boobs hanging out of airplanes and stuff. It's like, what the fuck?
Oh, you don't like them?
Well, in reality, though, to play devil's advocate here, you don't have to go on those sites.
No,
It's
but
your
if
choice
I
at
want
the
to
end of
go
the day.
on, if I want to go on there, right, and see what's happening in, say, San Francisco, right, and I type it in, I should get what's happening in San Francisco. Why am I getting stuff from India and Philippines and stuff? I want the genuine stuff. That's why I go on there. Now all I'm using X for is football scores. I've unfollowed quite a lot of people. I only follow football clubs now and football stuff.
Is that a new app like the X?
No, it's Twitter.
Twitter.
Twitter rebranded.
Oh, I never heard of that.
Yeah, he rebranded Twitter like what, 2 years ago? It's been X for a while now, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Justin, I'm not allowed to post this on X, but check your messages. I don't know. Don't ask.
Yeah, but yeah, Facebook's going more to the best way you could understand it, honestly, is just go watch the Joe Rogan and Mark Zuckerberg interview.
Oh, I can't stand.
Mark
I can't-
Zuckerberg explains it.
I can't stand that guy, Joe Rogan.
Why?
I don't know. Some of the stuff that in his show that he talks about, I don't know. I think it's just.
Yeah,
I love Joe Rogan.
Yeah, but X and Facebook are both going to end up being banned over here soon. I can see it. I mean, I do have other websites for sports scores. I've got Flash. Gitchy, when you come to American sports and stuff, search for Flash scores. Yeah, they are really, really quick. When I used to be on here watching American football with Paul, these guys were still watching it. I'm like, touchdown. 5 minutes later, they were watching it.
Why would they get banned over there?
Because, well, not getting banned, but they're looking at Facebook was going to do that charging service, where you pay money to get more stuff geared to you. Yeah, but the European government said no. So
Why is that the European government's problem, though? It's up to the
Because you-
user to make that decision.
because, like the European government said, you're collecting data. Yeah,
And
from
don't use the
users,
apps.
and then me. Yeah, but that's not the point. Yeah, people use the apps because companies are on there and the sports club and stuff like that.
Yeah, but that's their decision at the end of the day.
It
It's
is.
a private
but,
company.
yeah, they still have to fall under
That's
the.
just a form of censorship at the end of the day.
They still have to follow the rules of the European Union in Europe, and
And I understand
way
it, but
we're
that's a
going-
form of censorship at the end of the day.
it is. But
Because
that's
it's-
the point. Yeah. What is
Because I'll
allowed over in your country may not be allowed over here.
Because what
know,
I'm
cultures
going
are
to be honest, from what I've been seeing the last couple of years, especially from the EU itself, is a lot of censorship and almost communist style censorship of their populations.
There's a lot of fake news about that. We got told that the new copyright laws were going to come in, that you couldn't use a 60-second clip of a song on YouTube and shit like this. It never happened. Yeah. It was like Brexit with Turkey going to join the EU. It was never going to happen. It's just
Well, I watched the
spread on
news.
X and on Facebook.
No, I watched the news conference where they actually interviewed these group of government officials in Germany about their hate speech laws and how they enforce them. This was coming straight from them. And how if I offend you, that gives them the right to come arrest me for it.
You watched a video or a news thing of them interviewing.
It was a full interview, and it was with the three heads of the government agencies.
And you understood what they
in
were
Germany.
saying.
They spoke English through the whole thing. They were being interviewed by an American
Well-
news agency.
When we get German news, we get that person, talking over the top.
No, it wasn't
they're
German
talking
news. It was an American news agency was interviewing the German government about the specific agency they have, and there was three of the people that were heads of the agency. And they were explaining.
You could have picked any other country, and I'd have gone, "Yep." But you picked Germany, the one country that is fighting back against the European Union.
Well, what I'm saying is I don't like when people's freedom of speech is getting hindered in. And it seems like a lot of European countries lately have been doing that. I mean, I've seen videos of UK police walking into people's homes and arresting them. And the person's sitting there recording the cop, and the cop's explaining to them why they're there, and they're like, "Why are you in my house?" And they're talking about because of something they wrote on Facebook that was offensive. It wasn't calling for violence. It was just offensive.
No, you're wrong. This was last summer, and it was for there were people calling for hotels to be torched. Yeah. Now, at the time, normally you see a message on X or Facebook and you just bat it off. Yeah. But at the time of heightened tension, what was going on last summer, and then people was going, go and burn down hotels, and all of a sudden hotels were getting torched. Yeah. It's inciting hatred, right? It's all right for free speech. Yeah. But when your free speech is inciting someone to go and do something stupid, like burning down a hotel full of kids, right? Because then kids are not to blame for why they're here. Yeah. Why should they have to, see? And it got so bad that these hotels were on fire and the people couldn't escape because the mobs outside were launching bricks and all sorts at them. Yeah. It wasn't just that. People were posting videos of themselves looting stores. Yeah.
So
the one girl that went into Shoe Zone and come out with 60 pairs of Crocs and went, "Oh no, Crocs at $199," and the jewelers next door with all the fucking expensive watches didn't get touched.
Well, this is my point here, right? Scotland passes the Hate Crime and Public Order Act, right? which criminalizes stirring up hatred against individuals based on protected characteristics like age, disability, religion, sexual orientation,
Yep.
transgender identity, and variations in sex characteristics.
Yep.
So and what it's saying is if I say something that
Nope.
offends you about that,
No.
if I make fun of your disability, I can get arrested for it.
No. See, you've misinterpreted the law. The law states you can't spread hatred. So if I was to go on there and say, kill all people with, that have had their fingers cut off, in accidents, that's a hate speech, right? Because I'm inciting people to go out there and kill them, right? If I say, go and kill this ethnic minority because of the ethnic minority, yeah, that's hate speech. That's what they've banned, right? If you have a jibe about trans, yeah, or anything else, right, that happens in everyday life, right? People are free to say and have their little jokes, yeah? It's when you're spreading hatred and telling people to go out, yeah, like was happening last summer when people were being keyboard warriors posting on X going, yeah, go on, burn that building down, yeah, and people was getting egged on and then started fires, right? Look at the one in Liverpool, right? The people upstairs in this block of flats were actually in the window watching the rioting going on, right? They were egging it on, and then suddenly they realised the people they were egging on, telling them to burn down the foreign shops, were going to burn down the foreign shop in the fucking shop.
Okay, but why in the UK is it illegal for hate speech? It says in the UK laws criminalizing hate speech and hate crimes, which you're talking about, hate crimes, exists to protect individuals. Hate speech should not exist if you're in a free speech society.
It depends on what you're calling hate speech. Yeah.
Hate speech is literally labeled as if I was telling Ed, I don't like Canadians. Oh, well.
No.
If it hurts Ed, and then Ed, don't take this serious. I'm just using an example.
No.
If I told
You don't like Ed?
No, listen to me.
No. Right, no. Justin, you're wrong.
Joe, did you hear what he
I
just
don't know where
said?
you're getting this from. It's wrong, right? Because I can turn around and say I hate Americans. I can turn around and say I hate Indians. Yeah.
I like
can
Ed more than
turn around
Paul.
and say-
So what's wrong with y'all?
Yeah.
Oh, thanks, Joel. Thanks,
No,
Joel. I appreciate it, Joel.
I can turn around and say I hate Australians, right? I can do all that. Yeah. What I can't do is say go out and kill all Australians, right? Because that's wrong. That's hatred speech, right? There's a difference between having your opinion, you hate them for this reason, right? And then there's a difference between that and saying go out and hurt someone, go out and do this.
It literally
go out and do that.
labels both as separate. It says hate crimes and hate speech. Hate speech is not inciting violence. That's just saying hatred things that other people don't deem as offensive.
Right. We live under this law, right? We know what it is. Yeah. It is not what you think it is, right?
So you're just saying both of them are the same thing.
More or less.
That doesn't make any sense then.
It's how it's like laws get changed over time, yeah, and they never get repealed. So we've got bylaws that say, yeah, that only horses can go down certain alleyways, right? It's not true anymore, right? And nobody follows that law. But if you had a copper that wanted to be an absolute bellend, he could stand at the end of that alleyway and go, oh, you think you're driving your car down here? You're nicked under this bylaw. Yeah? It's how it's all interpreted, right? You can't go around and, verbally abuse someone. So say like Ed was here now in my living room, right? And I turned around and said, Ed, get rid of that beard, it makes you look like a sex offender or whatever, right?
Hey, man, why you guys have to use my name, man?
I'm just saying, as an example, right? As an example, right? Then that's a hate speech. That is me literally threatening Ed.
Do to you?
No, I'm not.
Next thing you're going to say, you have a white van that says free
this is
candy
the
on
point. This is the point.
But
This is
that's
Joel,
not what we label as hate speech, though.
Right. No, that's hate speech because I'm saying it to Ed and I'm offending Ed right to his face, right? But I could walk away and say it to someone else, and it doesn't, because the head hasn't heard it. It's not a hate speech. Yeah, it's not inciting. It's not.
Hold on. So if you
And
say
everybody over
hold on.
here has a right to a peaceful and free life.
So if you walk up to Ed and said you don't like him because of his ethnicity, that's hate speech.
It's saying it to his face, yeah. If I in an aggressive manner, yeah.
just
I
punch
could
it all.
walk past. I could walk past him and say, "Ed, I don't like you, Canadian," yeah, and keep walking. Then nothing happens. It's not hate speech. Yeah, it's my opinion. If I was there going, Ed, I don't like you. Ed, I don't like you. Ed, I don't like you, and intimidating and threatening and being aggressive, that's different. That's where it becomes hate speech. Yeah, because I'm now infringing on Ed's right to a free and peaceful life. Yeah, you have a right to an opinion, and you can have that opinion. You can say your opinion. You can keep walking. Yeah, but once you turn around and start targeting someone with it, yeah, and you're specifically aiming at them and being aggressive to them and intimidating them to the point where they're feeling threatened, yeah, that's becoming hate speech, right?
So in other words, if you're saying that to me, I can beat you up and still not get charged?
That's
Because you
GBH.
started?
No, it's GBH. You're going to get done for that. I would still get done for the hate speech, but you still get done for GBH.
Well, that's not fair.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, right? To be honest, Ed, you're Canadian, but we still love you.
I feel better now.
You know,
Man, I felt pinned over there for a bit.
It's all about how you make. Yeah, I have opinions and stuff. Yeah.
No, really?
And I don't.
I think
you know.
you should go to bed. That's my opinion.
But when I think you should just fuck off. Then have a debate.
Get up.
Right?
Hey,
But-
Laura, in a few more months, you'll be able to tell him to go to bed.
Excuse me. And how would that happen?
When you get married, she's going to be the head of the household.
I'm already the head of the fucking household.
You reckon? Do you want to hand me your door keys?
Oh.
No, she's not named on the tenancy. She's not the head of this household.
Oh, I think Dave is going to sleep on the sofa tonight.
But the point is, yeah, you might think she's in charge when we get married. Yeah. The point is, the next day, I proved my point. Yeah, about the domestic abuse thing. Right? It's the same shit. Right? Just because you love someone, it doesn't give you the right to hurt them and say nasty things to them and, destroy their lives. Right? That's hatred. Right? You may love them, but you can't do it. You can't treat them like that. It's wrong. That's where your hate speech comes in. Yeah? Because I'm making them fear their own life. Right? But I could walk down the street and say, oh, Laura's a bitch, and just keep walking. If I kept going to her face going, you're a bitch, you're this, you're that, and that, and, really making a thingy really bad.
Right.
Yeah?
I'm
Different.
going
I
to
think
drop
end up
off
going to
here.
jail for that.
I shall see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, catch you later.
Okay, Mark, have a good one.
Okay, Mark.
I think Mark's going to Bill.
Hmm?
Isn't it Uncle Bill's stream?
Yeah, he's been on for an hour already.
Is he? I know exactly where he's going.
Yeah, we know where Uncle Bill's on because Dominic legged it.
Yeah. All right.
Catch
See
you
ya.
later, Mark.
Okay, Mark.
Okay, Mark. That's all you
Bye, Mark.
Hi, Joe.
Hello, Laura.
You see, now, here you go. If Joe was living in the UK, when Laura keeps telling him to shut up and then going, hi, Joe, that's intimidation. Right? She can get done
It
for
is.
that.
I don't think that Joe sees that as intimidation.
No, I'm ignoring her. It don't matter.
Yeah, no. But if he lived over here, he could report it as intimidation and she'd get told to stop. And then if she doesn't, yeah, then it becomes hate speech. And then suddenly she's in serious shit. So if you
Sounds
want
like
to go-
it's a little screwed up over there, David.
Not
Yeah,
me.
it's a little
I
bit.
probably have
Doesn't
more
it-
freedoms than you.
Doesn't it, Ed? It sounds a little screwed up over there.
Yeah, it does. It sounds like too much
Yeah, but I
politics.
probably have more freedoms than you.
You don't.
No,
You
no,
think you do.
no. I got all the
Well,
freedom in the world,
Right,
bro.
whoa. Over in America, right? You could say something to someone and they can pull a gun on you and blow your head off, right? We don't have that fear over here.
Well, that's freedom.
It's not freedom for the person who's had his head blown off.
Well, he doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, let's think on it. There it is right there.
Like Gitsy said, it's all objective. It's all how you do it and say it. And, you know, if you're constantly doing it. There was lots of people last summer that posted shit online. Yeah. They didn't get arrested, but those that constantly did it and that were egging it on and constantly posting, they're the ones that were getting arrested because they're getting done for inciting.
Well, that's my whole thing with Gitchy is who defines what is offensive. Same with who defines what's misinformation, right? Which your guys' latest act that was just passed back in 2023, I think. It was the online act or whatever. I was just reading through it.
The online act has not been passed. It's still going through.
Well, even if it goes through, what defines misinformation and who enforces it, right?
Well, misinformation is information that is specifically done to persuade someone's opinion. So if I started turning around...
Yeah, but if I say the current government isn't for the people and the government
That's
finds that
fine.
to be misinformation...
No. That's not what they're talking about, misinformation. Right?
That's
Again,
exactly
you're
what
looking-
misinformation is because
That
I
is
don't...
not what they're looking at.
Because there's no proof of what I'm saying is actually true.
No, that is not what the law's looking at. The Misinformation Act, yeah, is stopping people, like I said, posting that Tesco's are refusing, military personnel and spreading, lies about, say, Tesco's, and then Tesco's gets a backlash and people stop shopping in Tesco's, so Tesco's losing out. Yeah, it's to stop that sort of thing. It's to stop people posting, like last year, they said one hotel was hosting migrants, yeah, and it got turned over and set on fire, yeah, and it was all holidaymakers from the UK in there, right? That's misinformation. That's
Right,
what they're going at. That's what they're saying, yeah.
What I'm
If
saying is
your misinformation is there to deliberately act as intimidation or to persuade someone, yeah, of something that is not true, right? You can have your opinion, yeah, because we all think,
Yeah, but opinions
Keir Starmer's a
are...
prick.
Yeah, but all opinions could be labeled as misinformation is my point. So
It
if
can
you...
be, but that's
What I'm
not,
saying is when you give the government an inch, they're going to take a mile on.
no,
That's my
because
whole point.
you do realize when we bring these laws in, yeah, there are test cases, yeah,
Who's running the test cases?
the judges, the stuff like
The
that.
government.
The judges, right?
Judges are part of the government.
We have our supreme judges are not picked by the government like yours are. Yeah, ours rise to the top through progression. Right, that's how they get there through promotion.
Yeah, but
and
in the end of the day, they're enforcing the laws of the land, right?
Yes.
So they have to interpret the laws that are based, which means at the end of the day, they could interpret.
Yes, but they could interpret a law when they interpret, say, so they interpret the misinformation law, right? And they come to me and say, David, you said all Americans are idiots, right? And then they could come to me and say, that's misinformation, right? They ain't going to arrest me for that because then they'll look at other laws that say, actually, you're free to say that because it's your opinion. Yeah. So you still have the freedom to share, say stuff, but if you're posting stuff to intimidate and...
Yeah, but if I post that the Tesco's didn't give the guy a discount or they didn't ID him or they ID'd him but not the other guy, why is it on the, why isn't it not on the user reading that article to go out and find the
That's right,
real
Gitchy. I agree
information?
with Gitchy.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying is
I'll
why
tell
does the
you why,
government need to
right?
tell
The
you
right. So
what's
the
real or not?
misinformation in that case was not everybody in the UK lives in London, right? When I
But
read
the,
the article, even I was a bit upset. But then I realised, wait up a minute, I was only on Goode Street yesterday having my MRI scan. There was no fucking Tesco store. I know there were no Tesco stores because I was pissed off. I had to walk for a mile.
Nah.
Yeah.
but my whole point is, like, if you take Facebook, for example, right? Like when they were banning people for misinformation, they were doing it on, and Zuckerberg has admitted that he was doing it on behalf of the government. So what's to
On
stop the
behalf of which
government
government?
on our government?
Yeah, exactly. So that's
But
you
that's
say
what I'm
you have,
saying is,
you say
so,
you have freedom, so it's your country that's got the problem,
so
not here.
no, because it's been since fixed. But what I'm saying is, and that was a private platform anyway, so it doesn't matter at the end of the day. But what
Yeah.
I'm saying is that was a perfect example because say you guys have an outbreak of something and you guys want to have an online discussion, even though one side may be factually incorrect, but they believe that they may be correct,
That's
but
the
your
difference.
government's
Right.
shutting
No,
that
no.
side down.
That's the difference, right?
But your government could
So,
do that at any time if they had that
no,
law. That's
that's
what
the
I'm saying.
difference when you think you can believe something is incorrect, right? And you can have your opinion on that. But like with COVID and the vaccinations, when people was going round making up that COVID injections were planting chips inside people, right? And then people started panicking and thinking that 5G mobile mass were suddenly controlling everyone. And next thing you know, people are going out setting fire to 5G mobile mass. That's mass information, and that's what they're trying to stop. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I'm
sort of thing.
saying is
Yeah.
when you allow them to do that,
But-
it can lead to them actually putting down real information whenever they feel like it's threatening them in the future. That's
No.
what I'm saying.
You'll find that the Misinformation Act. So say like I said, so I say the injections are bad for you, and then I move on. Right, that's it. I just post that. That's my opinion. Move on. That's not
Yeah,
misinformation.
but you got to look at the way governments operate, though.
No,
Not
but
from
that's
a
what I'm
not
saying.
from a citizen standpoint.
When I post it, yeah, and I know it's not true, right? It's my opinion. That's fine. If I constantly start posting it and sharing it everywhere and making headlines and stuff like that, that's where it becomes misinformation.
Right. But I'm thinking from a government standpoint. So if I'm the government,
That is the
And-
government standpoint.
and I stamp out your misinformation, which might have actually been incorrect to begin
How
with.
about them
But
drones?
then later on, you come to me and you start saying something about the government that might be true, but then I don't like it because I'm the government and it's making me look bad.
What
I
about
can now
those
say,
remote
well, I can
Right.
use that law to
for the
do that.
DJI Neo?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Is it can open
Yeah,
a
I
can
get
of
what you're
worms.
saying. It can, right? And everybody said this when they brought out the rioters bill, which was quite funny. They brought in a new law, yeah,
I flew
that
to Air 2 yesterday.
stopped people protesting, right? And it was the Tories that brought it in,
Yeah,
right?
let's talk about the
but-
new law of banning
Right.
Chinese drones from spying on
No. Just let me go on to this one.
Yeah, they are.
Right? They brought this law in that said you weren't allowed to protest, but it was misinterpreted. The actual law said you can peacefully protest, but you can't stop people going on about their daily lives, right? Which was what they were saying, which is like what writing is. But once Tories got voted out, it was the Tories that brought it in. Once the Tories got voted out and Labour came in, right? Labour couldn't do anything about it. It's a law now, right? They could repeal it, but it takes time. Yeah, it's not like in America where you can do executive orders and just cancel shit. That can't happen. It has to go through the House of Parliament, back and forth, before somebody goes, fuck it, stamp. Right? So
Well, executive
that's what-
orders are only good for executive powers.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that's what I'm saying. So that law came in, And then when the London riot, the riot started last summer, yeah, and people was getting arrested because they were claiming protesting, yeah, because that protest suddenly became violent and disruptive and affecting people's lives. That's where they said, yeah, you've crossed the line, and the police went out and started arresting people. And people going, oh, then you're using this law wrong. No, they used the law correctly, right? But it was misinformation, right, that Labour brought it in when it wasn't. It's all about that. That's what they're trying to stop. Yeah.
They're going at it over on Bill's channel too. Don's in there.
About what?
They're talking about the Hobbit movie.
Oh God, here we go. You got fucking Donald started on
Lord of the
YouTube
Rings and
trivia.
Hobbit, they're arguing about it.
There's nothing to argue about. They're a pile of shit.
I didn't care for any of them, so.
Exactly.
Oh,
Hey, Joe, what did you say about your 2S?
I said I flew it today.
Oh, nice.
Fly,
Yeah,
you.
go look at. I was gonna tell you. Go look at that video I did. It's at Fairview Park. It's the boats in the back.
I know.
It's a boat. Something like checking out the boats on the Trafalgar. The one I put out today. And look at that dock they built back there. It's a walkway. It used to be wood. It went in because it got damaged so much with hurricanes. Ripped it all up and put concrete down. And I'll actually send you the video shot right next to it. It looked like they did pretty good work. You probably appreciate it. It's about
Soviet
150
Russia
yards
don't
long,
flash.
concrete. Got step up on this side, step up on this side. So you could trip over and fall in the water. You can't get into. You got to really step up this side. Then it's the long walkway. It looked beautiful.
In Russia, the drone flies you.
Yeah.
What?
I'm gonna send you the video. I got it on my. I took one to show you. I figured you'd appreciate it. Send it to your messenger. Just a video of the concrete area. I was standing on the dock and I just kind of followed it with my phone to show you.
Oh shit,
But
that's
it's
a
on my
long
video. It looks pretty good.
That's a long sidewalk.
Pretty good sidewalk, huh?
Yeah, that's long.
Yeah, and it goes about another 50 yards on the other side of that tree.
Wow.
Talking about concrete.
Wouldn't you think that they would put that the same height as the wall on the other side instead of having that 4-inch?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could trip your ass off of that.
Yeah, like that's crazy.
At least the other way you wouldn't you'd understand.
Well,
You
put the
understand?
link in the chat so I can look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Talk
understand. I understand why the other big wall is there to hold the mud and stuff and the grass, but
Yeah,
they
I
should
don't
lifted
have it.
up.
I don't have it. I'll give you the link to my what you call it, to
Yeah.
my the video because I don't have the that uploaded.
Well, talking about concrete, there was a house being renovated in London, and they'd ordered concrete, and the guy specifically told the company that the concrete had to be delivered for his living room, but somebody misheard it and said it had to be delivered to his living room. Right, so the truck turned up, put the window, just pumped it in.
I sent you the one I sent Ed on
Jesus.
Messenger too. That's just from my phone. I'll make a short of it, but I'm not gonna make the short till later.
Yeah, like I understand the high wall because that's on the opposite side. That's holding the mud and the grass, but they should have went a little bit higher on the other one.
I think they should have made it just as high, at least 6 inches or something like that. You know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But if you look at it, about every 4 feet, they've got a little cut through so the water can drain.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
the
you-
water flows.
You can tell
Yeah.
that's brand new.
Oh,
Well,
it's
white
beautiful. Somebody told me yesterday they just built it in the back. I remember somebody at the park. So I went out there today because right there is where all the boats go through, and there's a little no wake zone. But as soon as they get past the zone, they take it off. So that's where I went and I just followed them around. They had
Oh, that's
13 boats, 3 party boats, a police boat, and 3 jet skis in
Oh, wow.
18 minutes. 18 minutes.
Wow.
I'm jumping off.
That's a slow day too. Think what's gonna be like Memorial Day.
But was there a partridge in the pear tree?
Yeah.
I'll
I
catch
saw
you
a
later.
bunch
I'm
of
jumping
pear
off.
trees.
Catch you later, Justin.
Okay. Good night,
Later.
Justin.
Good night,
Yeah, there were a
Justin.
bunch of pear trees in the boat.
Oh, that's a cool boat coming in, Paul.
That's
Yeah.
an articulated tug barge. That's the nothing the stern of it, and there's the barge. It's unloaded.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, Joe, what do you think?
Yeah, it's time. I got the dogs been aggravating me because at nighttime about this time, I go get one of those little cups I got about full of frozen fruit, need it,
Yeah.
and they want they like the peaches. So I get the peaches and I bite it in about 6 pieces, and I throw it to them, and I'll have like 2 slices in about 6 pieces, so they get about 4 slices each. That's in 3. They get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They each get about 3 pieces, 4 pieces at the most. Of the
Oh,
like,
nice.
I could take 3 of the little
And they
peach
gobble
slices.
them right down?
Oh, they love it. After I give them that, I say that's it, and then I hide mine, and when they're not paying attention, I eat because they like the pineapple too. They'll eat me out of pineapple.
Yeah,
I was
pineapple.
one night. I was feeding them, and we went. And just them. There was about 4 slices of peaches and about 4 or 5 things of pineapple. And I said, "Oh hell no! I ain't feeding you $9 worth of fruit."
Do you know? Do you know who Tucky VR is?
No.
No,
Does he want to-
I don't appreciate his channel either.
No.
No. All right.
Okay, I guess we pack it in.
Okay, everybody. Hey, thanks for being here. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Okay. See you
Later.
guys. Have a good one.
Bye for now.
Bye-bye.
Catch you later.